Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Little, well, still messing with that back there. It's a little crooked, or yeah, phone's crooked. I don't know. I'm crooked. No, I'm not crooked. Not physically. Well, I guess not. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Okay, friends. Good morning. Good morning. Hang tight. 1 second here. Just need to pull something up on the little YouTubes, and then we'll get going. Alrighty. I think we're just about there. Hi, Deborah. Nice to see you. Hi, Ms. L. Good morning. Good morning, friends. Happy Saturday. Hi, Val. Val said, good morning from Utah. It's nice and sunny here. Can't wait to get listing with all my squirrel friends. Val, I texted you this morning about your order. Ding-a-ling, I am. Hi, Kelly. Nice to see you from Minnesota. Windows open with a cool breeze coming through, right? It's starting to get that kind of time of year, right? Where it's still, at least in Utah, warm in the days, but early morning and then, after dark, it's beautiful, 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 beautiful. So it's the calm before the storm, the snowstorm, right? Because that's what will happen in a couple months, but it's a great time of year. Great time of year. Hi, Patricia. Nice to see you. Good morning, Carmen from Nevada. Hi, Karen. Hi, Kathy. Kathy from Southern California. Hi, Beverly. Good morning. Good morning. Roxanne and Suzanne from Sweden. It's a rainy evening in Sweden. Welcome. Hi, Nicole from Rapid City, and Peggy and 111 Renee's. Good morning from Nashville. Peggy from Wisconsin. Jane. Hi, Jane. Jane, are you back in the U.S.? Pennsylvania? Are you back? Stacy. Hi, Stacy from Delaware and Scrapped NH. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Cassie and Jane and Joe Disney fan from Pennsylvania. Michelle and Martine. Good morning. Actually, I'll say good morning, Martine, but I know not for you. It's evening. Martine from Netherlands. It's apparently also rainy there. Shirley from BC, British Columbia, smoky fires. I know you guys have had like a whole summer full of fires, right? Shirley, I'm so sorry to hear that. Because I think I saw on the news the other day, they're just still going, right? Because in parts of Canada, like north, where it's just wilderness, there's no way to fight them. So you just have to, I guess, let them run their course. Oh, hello, Reggie. Reggie's strolling in. It looks like he just woke up from a nap. If you know cats, it's like constant nap. So, I discovered his new favorite place when I'm in this room is right on my table. So it'll be interesting. He may want to join us, and if he does, I'll hold him up and you guys can see him. Let's see. Hi, Carla. Nice to see you. Dawn, excuse me, hot in Kentucky. Carrie is working. I love it. Carrie is working. She took her iPad with her to work. She's watching while she's purging years and years of files. Glad I have something fun to do while I'm tackling this not so fun project. Good morning, Shelly. Grandbaby number 9 just born. I love that. Congratulations. Ms. Allen, good afternoon. I know, Scrapped NH. I do need a looking glass. Miss Julie from Romper Room. Miss Julie was from Utah. If you didn't know that, from Romper Room. Romper, bumper, stomper, do, tell me. She'd hold up her little mirror, her little looking glass. Who do I see? Hi, Vicki. Nice to see you, Vicki, from Arizona. Kathy from Hazy Hot Central Washington. Roxanne, Saskatchewan. I love that name, Saskatchewan. Spelling it's a whole other matter. Gerda from Very Hot Texas. Okay, Miss Julie, Miss Julie in Utah. Okay, friends, so good morning. Good morning and happy Saturday. We are, oh my goodness, last Saturday in August. Is that not the craziest thing ever? I don't know where he's now right next to me. Goofball. If you haven't been with me the last couple of Saturdays when we've been together, we have a long-term boarder, a feline long-term boarder, cat, Reggie. It is Sam's cat, our younger son, and he has had the cat almost a year, and he moved from where he was, and one of his new roommates allergic to cats. So we now have a long-term boarder, but he's so fun. Reggie is so fun. I'm very much enjoying. Oh, you're here. Come here. Okay. Sorry, guys. Here he is. He's a big kitty, but look it. Say hi. He if you know cats, they have a look in their eyes, and their body goes to a certain position when they're getting ready to jump onto something. And he was just about ready to jump right here on all of the things, so that wouldn't be good. Oh wait, hang on. Here you go, bud. Here you go. I'll move some things. You can be right there, okay? Hang on. There you go. You can go right up there, okay? He's looking at the table like, hello, there's no room for me on there, so hopefully, I don't know what he's looking at. Hopefully, if he jumps up, he will stay on that half of things, and if not, we may have a little entertainment. Yes, big boy, he is, and he is, he'll be two next month, so he is very much still a kitten in, you know, like all of us, right? We're young at heart. He is very much young at heart. He gets very mischievous sometimes, so he's fun. He is fun. Yeah, he just jumped up, so we'll see how that goes. Keeping our fur grandchild. Well, Tammy said, are you keeping your fur grandchild? I don't think so, Tammy. I don't think so permanently. When Sam moves, whatever that is, then he will get Reggie back because he is very sad without Reggie. He comes over 3 times a week to visit and clean the litter box and play with him. So yeah, he very much misses his cat. I don't know if you guys have seen, I've seen all over like social media, these stuffed pillows that have like your animal on them. So you take a picture of the animal and then they can make a stuffed pillow. So I ordered one of those for Sam because so he could have his cat with him, but not really. So I guess I wasn't thinking when I first ordered. I've now ordered 2. The first one was 12 inches and it was like little teeny. So I just ordered, I think, like the extra large one, like 18 inches. So then he'll have kind of Reggie with him even when he's not with him. All right, we'll kind of get all that personal stuff out of the way. Welcome, friends. Happy Saturday. Very nice to have you here. If you are watching live, welcome. There is a live chat that takes place. I see it over on the right-hand side of my screen. That's how I'm interacting with people. So if you are watching live and you want to pop in and say hello, I would love for you to say hello. If you want to tell us what state you live in or where you live, that would be awesome. If not, no big deal. I know lots of you are lurkers, so you watch but don't pop into the chat. So if you want to pop in and say hello, normally a lurker, kind of the old talk radio, long time listener, first time caller kind of thing. So if you want to pop in and say hello, that would be great. If you are new, welcome to you. Well, you guys know I love everyone, but I especially have a soft spot in my heart for the newbies because I like to see you. So if you are new, let us know that you're new in the chat. There is a extremely friendly bunch of folks, mostly women, I think. Although I know there are some male crafters that lurk. I don't want to say males that lurk because that kind of sounds weird, although there probably are, right? Anyhow, it's a wonderful community. I'll say that. It's a wonderful community that you guys have built. So I love you guys are always kind of chatting. Sometimes you're chatting with me in the chat, but oftentimes you're chatting with each other. So that is awesome. And if you're watching the replay, welcome to you as well. I always like to say the date. So today is Saturday, August 26th, 2023, because people will be watching these, for quite a while. So it's 2023. Let me take a quick look at the chat. Yeah, Joe Disney fan, he does like to hang out with me. It's fun. So it's interesting with Reggie. He is the perfect mix, the perfect blend of our last 2 cats. Q was black and white, and so Reggie looks almost exactly like Q, and then Poe was gray, but Poe was a big cat. And so Reggie is the coloring of Q, the size of Poe, so it's kind of fun. Oh yes, thank you, Karen. Great reminder. If you guys are watching, please hit the thumbs up. That is the easiest way, whether you're watching me, whether you're watching someone else on YouTube, whether you're following someone on any of the socials, thumbs up. That's a super easy way for you to support. Takes literally no time. And it's done. But it's a great way to support the people that you are following and watching. So that is awesome. And then if you want to leave a comment, even better. Hi, Pam. Nice to see you. Hi, Wendy. Wendy is joining us from France. I love that, Wendy. Welcome. I love when we have all of our internationals that join in as well. So always fun to see you guys because I know the time change is a little bit different. Not the time change, the time zone. And then every once in a while we get one of our friends from the Southern Hemisphere, whether it is Ijeoma in Africa or we've got a couple from New Zealand and Australia, and so it's always fun to see you guys as well. Do I have dates set for the spooky mini album? Okay. Well, let's talk. We'll talk in a few minutes about what happened last night. I mean, all good last night. A whole bunch of things launched last night, so we'll talk about those as we get going. If you are new and haven't been with me before, Saturdays when I am not traveling, we're here on my YouTube channel at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and we do what I like to call creative listing. So I provide 3 or 4, just kind of depends, sometimes more than that if we're doing an all-dayer, but I provide a handful of listing topics, and when we get together, I list, but I list creatively. And when I say list creatively, I'm using stickers and die cuts and stamps and washi and all the things to decorate my lists. My lists, our lists, oftentimes are little mini time capsules. So as we get going and we start working on a list, we'll talk a little bit more about that whole idea of a mini time capsule. Whether you're a scrapbooker, whether you work in a planner, whether you work in a bullet journal, mini books, whatever it is that you work in, basically what we're doing is we're storytelling, right? We're documenting, we're storytelling. If we're adding photos, we could be scrapbooking, but we are kind of telling a story. And when we're listing, we're telling our own story. So we're just, it's easy. It's no pressure because like one of the lists today is things that are always in our fridge. So believe it or not, that is totally telling a story, and that's like a time capsule because things that are always in your fridge today or your current stage of life, probably very different than maybe 20 years ago. So it's just a different way of storytelling that I think takes a lot of pressure off because you don't have to be Ernest Hemingway. All you're doing is writing a little list and there you go. And then you can make it fun because we're adding, you know, all the fun crafty things along with it. So let's quickly talk about the calendar. The beginning of August, this month, I think, I put out, probably in July, the tentative listing calendar for the remainder of the year. And I said it was going to be tentative. Last weekend, we were going to list, and I crossed that off the list. Because Nick and I went to Great Basin National Park for a couple days, and so we didn't list last Saturday. And I'm also crossing off next weekend. So next weekend is the what? 20, 31, 2, the 2nd, September 2nd. Labor Day weekend here in the US. And so we're going to take off for that weekend as well. So just know, and I'll update that schedule both in the Facebook page and the Facebook group, the Little by Mail Facebook page and group. I'll also update on the blog. But just so you know, we will not be listing together on Saturday, September 2nd, 2023, that Labor Day weekend. Okay, Debbie said, did she miss the new stamp preview? Debbie, once I flip the camera, we'll talk about that because that was one of the big things that previewed last night. 3 big things that previewed last night. A couple more housekeeping things. We talked about the schedule. Oh, I know, we need to talk about prizes. So whenever we're together, I do what I like to call, for the most part, after party prizes. So every once in a while, I'll do prizes while we're live. But for the most part, it's after party prize. That means anyone can participate, whether you were watching live or you were watching the replay. So we did 3 prizes last week. We had not been together for 3 weeks prior to that. There's just lots of traveling that's going on. Some business and some personal. But we had not been together for 3 weeks. Actually, 2 of those weekends, maybe? No, I don't know. Anyhow, we had not been together listing for 3 weeks. So I thought, you know what, let's do 3 really big prizes. So we did. The way that you participate in the prizes is I ask you to leave a comment on the video when the video is over. So not in the live chat, but when the video is over, leave a comment. And you have from when the video is over until the next Saturday that we're getting together. So this morning I sat down and drew 3 random lucky winners from the last time that we were together. 2 weeks ago. And so let's talk about who those winners were. You always know if you win because I reply to your comment that you left on the video, and that should trigger an email to you. So we had 3 winners. The first winner I already heard back from this morning. After I announced this morning and replied to her comment, and I already heard back from her. So first winner was one of the year in review, 2023 year in review project kits. So that whole kit, along with the color step-by-step instructions and the class, the video class that goes with that. And that went to Paula Householder. So all you guys need to do again to participate in the giveaways is just leave a comment on the video when it's over. It's like the easiest way. almost as easy as entering the lottery, although your odds are way better, way better of winning a prize here than lottery. Okay, so that was first prize. Second prize was, oh yes, not this giant container, but everything that's in that giant container. That is all of my leftovers after I had played with Spectrum Gardenia, okay, the 49 to Market Spectrum Gardenia collection. So there's a ton of it I didn't use, and there are a few parts that maybe I used 1 or 2 rub-ons out of the sheet just in my list. So I started thinking, as I start working through a collection and then it pretty much sells through on the website and I'm not really using it anymore, I started thinking I might as well share that with you guys. So that was the second prize, the leftovers from Spectrum Gardenia. And that goes to Beverly H, 8561. So Beverly H won Spectrum Gardenia, all that extra fun goodies. And then the last one, oh, this was a big one. The last one is this. That is the big one from Trail Mix. So last time we were together, I did a list with Trail Mix, and we'll take a look at that in a minute. But that's everything in the collection. That is a huge prize. And that one went to Michelle, hold on. Michelle, what did I write? Michelle H1596. So Paula, Beverly, and Michelle, congratulations. And my reply to your comment, if you ever win a prize, says to email me, put the name of the prize in the subject line. So it's really easy for me. Then I don't have to go back and look. And then I ask you to leave me your name and address and we ship your prize off. So there we go. Let's talk about what went live on the website last night. And then we'll flip the camera and do some show and tell and go from there. Okay, he's just stretching. He's on the table, but he's just stretching, so hopefully he doesn't come and join us. Okay, last night, 7 p.m. Pacific time, 3 big things went live on the website. The first thing is the pre-order for my 2023 December Documented Mini Book Project Kit. That is a kit. This is the 9th year I've been doing a December Documented Mini Book Project Kit. This will be the 16th year that I have done that project for myself. It is by far, hands down, my most favorite project that I do for me every year. It's also the biggest kit by far, by more than double, that I do every year in terms of quantity. So that went up for pre-order last night. It begins shipping mid-September. I am teaching it in person in 2 weeks at Firefly Farm, the Fox Forest Retreat. Fox Forest, right? Fox Forest at Firefly Farm. That's a lot of F's, yes. I'm teaching it there in person in 2 weeks. Also teaching that later this year at the 3 Craft Chicks Candy Cane Lane Retreat. It's included for all participants, which is huge. I love that 3 Craft Chicks did that, so that's awesome. And then also teaching it in November in person at Lizzie Lou Christmas Bash in Southern California. Also in September, there's so much traveling going on. Late September, teaching that as an add-on class in person at Ready, Set, Create event in Burbank, California. I just bring that up because a lot of you order that kit from me every year, and I always want to make sure that you know that it is included in the Lizzie Lou Christmas Bash and the 3 Craft Chicks Candy Cane Lane. I may show a little bit of that on What's New Wednesday this coming week. But I will definitely show it after that in full, because I'll have a flip through video, because I know some people like to see it. You want to see it before you buy it, and there you go. And I show it all to you. So that went up for pre-order last night, so you'll find that laelbymail.com. Also, the Spooky Halloween Fun Mini Book Project Kit went up for pre-order last night, also shipping mid-September. Mid-September, there will also be a flip-through video for that. And then, last but not least, last night at the same time, my new stamp release. So 8 stamp sets that are part of the August release. They're all shipping now except for one. So the one is not shipping now, and my sample should be here today, but I don't have it yet, so I can't even show it to you. But because that one is not here yet, it's not shipping now, and then the full bundle, if you order the whole bundle, isn't shipping now. So both those will ship mid-September. So any of the others, if you're ordering a la carte, will ship now. So why don't we do this? Why don't we rotate the camera and take a look at, I'll show you the stamps. I'll also show the stamps. I'm a little bit more in depth on Wednesday, What's New Wednesday, and then we'll dig in. We'll look at our 3 lists from last week, and then we'll start listing. Okay, friends? Let me just take a quick look at the contents. Dandy asked if I'm coming to Western Canada anytime soon. Dandy, I do not have plans. But the easiest way to know when and where, what's coming, where I'm going to be, new products coming, new project kits coming, is if you go to layallbymail.com and click on coming soon. So it's one little links up at the top of the website, coming soon. And you'll see all that information there, including when I am teaching places in person, links to how to get more information about those particular events. So coming soon, that is a great place to see what new products are coming out that I'm bringing in, what new project kits are coming, and where I'll be teaching. Julie said, looking forward to seeing you at Ready, Set, Create, and I signed up for your December document. Oh, I will look forward to seeing you too, Julie. Cassie said, oh my gosh, I love the December daily books. That's how I got started following Lael. Yeah, that's it's been a long time. It has been a long time. I can't wait to, well, when I'm ready to show the full completed project, I can't wait to share more about that. Vicky said, you can't go wrong with the December kit. Always a masterpiece. Thank you, Vicky. And I think it's such a personal project for me, because as I'm creating it, I am thinking about how I am going to actually use it in December to document my December. So I think that's what makes it a little bit different than maybe my other projects. Let's see. Nancy said, everyone order the December documented kit. You will not regret it. My favorite too. Thank you, Nancy. Beverly got hers. Wonderful. Debbie said, hi, Debbie. She got hers at Ready, Set, Create last year and she's completed but have not used it yet. Debbie, I need to follow up with you. I have your order sitting on my table. So I need to follow up with you, but I know we're good. Heidi, hi Heidi, nice to see you. See you at 3 Craft Chicks in November. Oh, I can't wait. Yay. And Lori, oh good, Lori, I'll see you at Firefly Farms. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, friends, Beverly said, I just signed up for the newsletter. How do I get the list? The list, you mean the list for today's lists? Beverly, if you go to layallbymail.com and click on blog, you'll see it right there. So going forward, I always send out an email the Thursday before we're listing on the Saturday. So we are only listing one Saturday in September because I am out of town traveling. With the exception of Labor Day, all the rest of the Saturdays I am traveling out of town teaching. So you will receive an email that Thursday letting you know. You'll see what the list topics are. You'll click a little link and it'll tell you the list topics. But I also post them on that Friday, both in the Lael by Mail Facebook page and the Lael by Mail Facebook group. But for today, go to the blog, go to layallbymail.com, click on blog, and you'll see it there. Okay, Janine, oh, I love it. Is looking forward. She ordered December documented, looking forward to it. Hi, Julie from Florida. Pam, it's her first December doc. You're going to love it, Pam. You're going to love it. Hi, Wendy. Elizabeth got hers. Debbie, yes, stamps. You were waiting on stamps. Also, we needed to talk, I think, about the 2023 year in review project kit, if I remember. Tabitha said it's her 5th year doing December document and she loves it. Yes, some of you have been with me like every year. This will be your 9th year doing one of the project kits with me, which I love so much. I love it, I love it, I love it. I always love your support. You guys know that. All right, let's rotate the camera. We'll take a quick look at the stamps and then we'll start playing, okay? Here we go. Rotate. Let's see. Shellamandan. Okay, it's not, actually it happens quite often that I look at someone's YouTube name and it's really easy, but I totally mispronounce it. So Shellamandan. Order December daily and extra bundles will be your first. Can't wait. I can't wait for you because it is, like I said, it is so fun. All right, guys, sorry, I need to adjust lights here a little bit. Nick, oh, come on. What are you doing? Nick, uh-oh, hang on. Nick set him up for me this morning on his way out the door to go play golf, and I think he was in a little bit of a hurry because they're like super tall, and for some reason they're not, That one's not turning on. What in the heck? What's going on? All right, friends, hang on. Well, we could be doing this without lights today. Hold on. Well, that is the most bizarre thing. Hang on.
On it.
Oh, thanks, Siri. Siri says she's on it. What the heck?
Working on that.
Oh, okay. Can you guys hear Siri talking to me? Oh, yes, they are. Okay. Deborah, thank you.
I'm having trouble with the connection.
Oh,
Please try again later.
What? Okay. I'm not talking to her. Can you guys hear that? Well, that's interesting. I just used them on, they're brand new. I just used them on Wednesday. What? All right, well, friends, we will not be having lights today. I will turn on the overhead light. That is the weirdest thing. I will turn on the overhead light and we'll make it work, right? We will make it work. I know that the power is working because other things are plugged in. Huh. Nick, what did you do? What did he do? Oh well, okay, there we go. Overhead light, we'll make it work. We will, maybe Reggie pulled it out of the socket, right? Maybe Reggie was like chewing on the cords, right? It's the weirdest thing. Oh well. Okay. Well, I guess it won't get hot in here, huh? No, they didn't trip a breaker because the plug that they're plugged into, there's something else plugged in, and that is you're gonna see a Paul come through in a minute, you guys. Look at Reggie, buddy. That doesn't really work here, pal. That's not really working. Yeah, I'm charging. So, okay, come here. Hold on. But you can't be there. I'm so sorry, but you can't be there, okay? You gotta go somewhere else. All right. I think we're good though, right? You guys can still see me. You could see Reggie, right? Because I still don't see that yet. I think you can still see me. Hi, Nancy from cloudy Ottawa. Okay. Hang on. Let me just, friends, hang on. You can still see, right? Just tell me you can still see. You never saw Reggie. So, you never saw Reggie. No, Reggie, I'm frozen. All right, what the heck is going on today here? Hold on. Oh. All right, I think I fixed that part. So you could see, remember when you could hear Siri? I think you could hear Siri talking to me. Right, here we go. Okay, oh, there we go. There's my face. Yep, you could see me there, huh? No, so when Siri was talking, oh my gosh, when Siri was talking, hang on, I'm just gonna try something really quick here, friends. When Siri was talking, it put a little message up on my phone, and because it put the message up on my phone, it was not like showing. It was not recording or showing or whatever. Okay, I'm just trying one thing here to see if this changes things, and then we'll get going. So if you needed a minute this morning to do something, yeah, then you have your time to grab a drink or do whatever. Like 2 more seconds, and we'll see here if that made any difference. There! All right, I did it. So, that's very interesting. One is on. One is on, and the other is not. Well, that'll be fine. We'll get half light. How about that? We'll be half lit. We'll be half lit. Shelly, I love it, Shelly. When I was trying to pronounce Shelly's name before, her daughter helped her change it, not Shellamondan. That's so funny. Okay, guys, here we go. Anyhow, now I'm just sweating like a pig. All right, so let's do a quick show and tell. How about that? Let's do a quick show and tell. Hi, Sarah. We're just getting going. You're good. We had a few technical difficulties this morning, so it's all good. But let's do a quick show and tell. And I'm going to make it super quick. We'll take a quick look at the brand new stamp sets, and then I will show these in depth a little bit more on What's New Wednesday. So last night I launched eight new stamp sets. One is limited edition, and it is this guy. This is the Celebrate stamp set. I had this designed specifically for the 3 Craft Chicks Seaside Summer at Lake Lottawashi retreat that I taught at earlier this month. So that was part of the make and take, and everybody got one of those. So I had some of those extra left over. So those are one and done. So once they are gone, they are gone. That's a nice little 3x4 stamp set with a little birthday cake and celebrate and happy birthday and a candle. And you can see some examples of how I use that on cards on the website. Next up, we have the Perpetual Calendar. Deborah, plugged in. Yes, we're good. We are good. Thank you for the reminder. The Perpetual Calendar. So this one, because it kind of has a fun little backstory to it. So I saw this calendar, this exact calendar on Etsy, and someone had that stamp set on Etsy, and I loved it. And so we reached out to that person and said, hey, because that person was doing like the wood mounted stamps. And I said, I really like that, and I would really like to be able to produce that under my by mail brand. So can I license that from you? And the person said, you betcha. So we worked out a licensing arrangement. So for that stamp, and then built onto that. So this Perpetual Calendar, you have that little square right there, your 7 days of the week, your 12 months, and your 31 days. So you can stamp that and then use these little guys down below. So if today is Saturday, I could stamp like that little guy or the heart on top of the Saturday. And then it's August, so I could stamp that little oval over August. And then today is the 26th, so I could stamp my little circles over the 26th. So Perpetual Calendar. And then you have some fun little titles. This year, week, month, now, and today. So Perpetual Calendar. Beverly Creates. I see the past list, but not the list for today. Beverly, if you're looking at the blog on the website, it is the very first post. It is the very first post. It posted on Thursday. So also here in the description box of the video, towards the top, there is a link that should also take you there. How many do I have to celebrate? Wanda, I might have, I don't know, maybe after last night, maybe 40 left. But that could mean I could have them for 8 years, or that could mean they could be gone tomorrow. We just never know. I mean, not 8 years, you know what I'm saying. All right, so Perpetual Calendar. Next up, we have, these are both brand new. So I've actually had these for quite a while, and I held off on releasing these because I wanted to release them kind of in conjunction. They are not part of my December documented project kit, but these large numbers. So these are part of the Christine Numbers series. So Pop Daisy Art, these are hand-drawn. You have the negative or the outline, and then you have the positive. So I wanted to wait to release these kind of now because these would be great for like your December documented projects, your December daily projects, really any other types of projects, but these large numbers are sized to fit in your little 3x4 pocket pages. So for example, you'd have the 2 and the 5. Well, actually what I'd do, I'd stamp the solid 2 and the 5, and then over the top, stamp the outline version. So yeah, those big. So both of those are brand new. In conjunction with that, brought in the positives or the solids of some of your favorite stamp sets. So based on popular request, I have had the outlined version of Willy Alpha. Now you have Willy Alpha Solid, and I'll be using this today. So here's the outline version that I've had for, I don't know, since earlier this year, maybe March. I think that was part of the March release. And now you have the solid version to go with it. So you can either use the solid version and stamp, or use the solid version and then stamp outline over the top. So we'll be using those today. And then the solid versions of 2 existing stamp sets. So We have the outlined previously of Christine medium numbers. So that's a 4x6 set. Now you have the solid version, and you have the Christine small numbers. So you had prior, and they still exist on the website, the outline version, and now you have the solid version. So that is a very quick run through. There was one more that I did not show you because my sample is arriving today. So as soon as the samples arrive, I test them to make sure it's good. Everything looks good. We don't need to make any changes. And then I give the thumbs up to the company that I work with that produces my stamps. And then they put them into production. So that last stamp set is a new in a series. So you're going to see every time that I release a new, I do a new stamp set release, you will see mini icons come out. So they are larger than the little bullet stamps, but they're still mini, so they work great for your list. So the ones that are part of the release, and you can see it on the website. I can't show you anything right now because I don't have it yet. 3x3 stamp set. There are 12 little fall themed mini icons, and then there's a little fall definition. So we'll talk more about that as soon as I have them. Okay, friends, and you'll find all of those lailbymail.com. You just click on what's new at the little navy bar at the top. We'll tell you click here for what's new, and you'll see them there. Nancy said she forgot to order the new stamps. We'll have to add on to my order. Nancy, you can either email me or you can place another order, and then we'll just ship both those together and refund shipping on one of them. Hi, Jana from Ohio. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Reg, come on, buddy. Oh, now you want to, okay, so guess what? Now he wants to come in and say hi. Now, off to the side, apparently. Bud, you can't be there. Oh, you guys. Like, he is literally, well, there you go. You just saw a little pause. But he's literally laying right here. Buddy, I'm sorry, you can't be here. You can't be here. It's not going to work. You can be over on the other spot, but you can't be there. If Nick was here, I'd have him grab Reggie, but, oh, really quick. He does love me. He likes to be in here with me, so this is fun. I'll show you this just really quick. The June release, I think this was part of the June release. This Alpha stamp set is called Reggie Alpha. Now you know why. Reggie, named after Sam's cat. And that's before we knew we were having Reggie. All right, let's go. Let's get on with things, right? Let's get on with things. All right, so when we start out, we're laughing about the cat in the chat. I love it. Sarah said he's advocating for cats, not squirrels as our animal, right? I know, that just reminds me, I forgot to get little Scatter out. There we go. Now he's with us, little Scatter. Okay, so when we start out, now that we're 40 minutes in, right? When we start out, I always like to start with the list that we did last time that we were together. So last time we were together, we did 3 lists. The first list was using the Trail Mix collection, and it was about last month. So this is a list that I do at the start of a brand new month, and I document the prior month, and I do it bullet style, okay? So all I'm doing is making a list. I'm not journaling. I don't have to be prolific about all the things that happened. I'm literally just writing a list of things that happened and then adding photos. So that's what that was. Always when we do that, we use my About Last Month stamp set. So because it's 2023, we're using the 2023 About Last Month stamp set. So there we go. That was for July. That was our first list. Our second list, I also used Trail Mix. This one I had a lot of fun with. This one was things that stopped me in my tracks recently. And for me, it was things related to nature, outdoors, nature, whatever it may be. So fun Trail Mix papers from the 6x8 paper pad. We use some of the die cuts. We use some of the stickers. There we go. So things that stopped me in my tracks related to nature recently. Then the last one, let's see. The last one was a continuation of a list from a couple weeks before. So list from a couple weeks before, we had done things I used to hate and now I love. That was that side of the list. 2 weeks ago, we did things I still hate. Now we talked about if hate was a little bit too strong for you, you could have used dislike, but I did things that I hate, now I love, and things I still hate. So here we used the I Heart This stamp set, and here we used Willie Alpha. We used this guy, Willie Alpha, the original Willie Alpha, and then I colored in. But after you guys working with those stamps for a couple of months, you said, hey, it's fun to color in, but we'd really just like to have a solid set that we could stamp and then do our outline over the top. That's what kind of prompted the new solid stamp set. Wow. Okay, so those were our 3 lists. Now we're going to jump in to our list for this week. I need to grab a clip. Hang on. Over here. I will tell you, if I sound like I'm kind of stumbling over my words, I am. This time of year is and I always forget, this time of year is crazy time. It is crazy time. I am midway through. I'm designing 6 new project kits right now. In the middle of various stages. So 2 of the 6 are completely done, instructions written and everything. And I'm working on the others. Lots of travel coming up September, October, and the first part of November. Gone like every other weekend traveling, and some weekends, some months back-to-back travel teaching. Also, I don't hold my stress very well, so that means I don't sleep very well this time of year. So yesterday and today, I think Thursday morning, Friday morning, and Saturday morning, woke up out of the blue anywhere between 4 and 5 a.m. and then I'm just up for good. So kind of working on caffeine. Hi, honey. Nick popped into the chat from the golf course. Yeah, we hope his game is going well, right? Last night, well, he played yesterday afternoon, and he said yesterday was not going so well. So hopefully you have a better golf day today. All right. Okay, I think we're good. Beverly, it sounds like somebody helped you find them. Yes, I think we're good. I hope so. All right, let's go ahead. Let's dig in. Let's see, what is our first list today? Oh, I know. Our first list today is another list. Oh, by the way, honey, if you're still there, something weird going on with the lights. So please help me remember when you get back. We need to figure out what's going on. Neither of them would work this morning. And now I got one to work, but the other one is still not working. I had to completely swap out. I had to move one of the screens over to the other side. So we're not quite sure what's going on, but we got to figure that out. He's probably long gone. Oh yeah, no. He's probably long gone now. He's like, yeah, I'm out. So the first list that we're going to do is called Today Looks Like This. This is a list that we like to do once a month. So there are a number of lists that we do every month. They're just a really easy way to kind of recap what is happening. So let me find the last time that we did. Well, there's June. Let's find July too. Once a month. Did we do July? I hope we did. I don't know, maybe I skipped July. Maybe I did. We'll look at June. So once a month, we sit down and we make a list of the things that we did that day, okay? And it's not like you had to run a marathon or you had to solve world hunger or, you know, something like that. It's just very basic. What did you do today, right? So that's what I do. Every month when I do this list, I start out with the same 3 products as a base. So those 3 products, linked in the description box of the video under what I'm using. So you'll see these if you click on that what I'm using link. I always start out with this pad from Everyday Explorers. Makes it super simple. Today looks like this. Now you know why I call it Today Looks Like This, right? So we're using a sheet from that pad. There are 50 sheets in that pad. So if you are doing this project every month, that would last you, what, about 4 years, right? Or if you do this with friends, you guys could split the pad or whatever. Next up, we use the 2023 month die cuts. These are from Ellie's Studio, right? Yeah, these are from Ellie's Studio. And so I just need to come in here and find the August one. Now there are, maybe we'll see. We might want to look at that one. Usually we don't do that one, but there are 2 each of 12 months. So one is script version and one is, there we go, kind of a abbreviated, more of a block. So with that, you get 24 months. So again, if you're doing this project with me, you would have enough for 24 months if you decided to use both of those. Then I like to pull in a chipboard number. And the chipboard number, let's see, put those away. Chipboard numbers, these came from, I will say came from because they are no longer around. Felicity Jane. So when they had announced that they were closing, I bought a lot of these. So you'll still see the chipboard numbers on the website. Also linked under that what I'm using, or found under that what I'm using link. So 31 pieces, obviously 31 letters. So what I do, since I'm only using these for this project, on the back, I have just written every time that I use, I don't think I did July. I'm thinking I maybe skipped July, friends. That I pull the numbers that I've used, I write them down so that I don't go, oh, you know what? I'm going to do this for the 19th. And then later realize, oh shoot, I've already used the 19th. So for this month, I did the 23rd. So I am going to come in and find the 23. Now, those of you that are doing your December daily projects, if you're not doing my, my December documented project kit, mine comes with a whole set of numbers, different numbers, but this chipboard set of numbers would be great to use for your December daily type projects. All right, so there's the 23. While I have this, let's just pull that out, and we want to write on there that this was, I did the 23rd for August, so I'm okay. Throw that on there, and we'll put all those little guys back. So those 3 products I use every month for this project. And actually, it makes it really easy because if I do the same kind of thing every month and I'm just switching up maybe some of the products that I put around it, I don't really have to think, right? I know I need that, and then I need that, and we're ready to go. Unfortunately, if I did skip July, I will, I can't go back because I will not, was it there? July was on there? Was it on here? It was not on there. See, I don't think I did it because as I was going through, I didn't see, I don't remember seeing, unless I skipped a page, a July. Unless one of my little, no, yeah, I don't think I have a July. I don't think so. All right. We have, oh, did I lose? No, got that. Okay, here we go. I pulled out a clip. I have a number of different large clips on my website for that specific reason. Once you are working in your insert and you start to get towards the end, it becomes a little difficult to work on this side because it won't lay flat because of all those pages. So then I just clip that and then makes it a little bit easier for me to work with. Put these guys back in there. All right, so I am going to use product for this list. I'm using product from the Hey Summer collection from Pretty Little Studio. You guys, this came in and almost all sold out. It came in and went so fast. So if anything that I'm using, everything that I am using, when I pulled it all out on Thursday, was still in stock at that time. So I can't say if it still is right now, but it was still in stock at that time on the website. Okay, so let's figure out. I'm gonna play with something. We'll see how it works. I pulled out the clear pack. So the clear pack is a pack of acetate or like little transparencies, okay? Your see-through, right? Your little see-through sheets. So I thought this might be kind of fun to do something with on this list. Thought it might be kind of fun. So if I use, let's see, that one's going to be too plain, but I'm thinking I might use the rainbows, okay? I wanted to use these because Pretty Little Studio always does these with their collections, and I've had some questions on, okay, I love it, I bought it, what do I do with these? And then I also, as an add-on for my December documented, put together a whole bundle of kind of specialty papers, vellum and clear acetate and things like that. So I thought we'd kind of play with those a little bit today. So there we go, we'll start with that. I need a background. I think this is going to be just a single page list. So I need a background for my list. I think that would work. And this guy will be over it. Now don't worry, because I know it looks like a whole lot of stuff going on, but I will use white cardstock on the top for my list. So that is won't be so crazy. So let's get some white cardstock out. All right, guys, so now that we're starting, how is everyone today? How are you doing? How are you doing? How are we doing? Are we good? What are you doing today? Are you listing with me? Are you working another project? What are you doing? Karen, I just saw your question. It is not an all-dayer. We're doing 4 lists though, okay? We're doing 4 lists though, not an all-dayer. Let's see. Nancy. So Nancy, I love Nancy's comment. Nancy said, this list is great. My grandkids like to read them from the past month. Great time documentation. I will tell you guys, I would love it if my mother, my grandmother, even if I was doing this, kind of today looks like this, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, even 5 years ago, because my life has changed quite a bit from 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we had just moved into our new house. 5 years ago, I was still working for Simple Stories. So my day 5 years ago would be very different from what it is today. Take that too, like Nancy said, her grandkids are looking at her lists like this. How cool. Nancy's grandkids 20 years from now can be looking at her list going, oh my gosh, look at grandma's life back then. Do you believe that she got on the combine? No, you don't get on a combine, do you? I don't know. She got on the tractor every day and plowed the fields, or that day she was on the tractor plowing the fields because it was harvest time. But it's just such a cool, I think it's such a cool concept. It's such a cool little time capsule. Now, you don't have to do like we do and play and add all the product and stuff. You could just have a spiral notebook or a composition notebook or a journal or something where just once a month you're just saying this is what today looks like. So there we go. And now I asked you guys a question, and now I have to come back in and now I've got to read your answers to what you're doing. Wendy, I did not see your comment about the squirrels. Nancy McInnes is making a journal for her daughter. Sarah went to Pinner's conference last night. You learned book folding. Sarah, yes, I used to do Pinners when I was with Carpe Diem, Simple Stories Carpe Diem, and teach classes there, and we had a booth. So yeah, it's a very cool event. Mindy says she and Kim are crafting. I love that you guys are together. Beverly is doing well, hanging out with me today. Love it. Yes. Oh, Deborah. Right. Deborah. I tell you guys, I fessed up. My mind is really not where it, not where it normally is. Thank you, Deborah. Deborah reminded me I am not using white cardstock like I would normally use on a list. I'm using this. You're probably like, you're going to use white cardstock and then also that? I don't get it. Yeah. At some point, I probably would have figured that out, or it would have been a totally different list. But thanks for the heads up, Deborah. Scrappy Matilda is following while she's working. Pam is listing, hanging out and listing along. Wanda is watching and cooking barbecue in the crock pot. Very good. We rotate this. Karen has plans to go to the Broncos preseason game. Well, that'll be fun. Shannon, cool temps after a week of 100. Good, starting to cool down, right? Sarah is working on a tracking journal for healthy eating. I love it. Debbie's listening and watching while hanging a bulk shipment of dies on my wall magnet board. Well, that sounds awesome. Lots of fun new things to play with then, Debbie. Irene is organizing her December documented supplies to see what she has and what she needs. right? Ms. L's organizing and planning. Lori's working on a prior list. Oh, that one was a fun one. Never have I ever, but I have. My kids won't believe it. So I'm going to trim this paper, and then I'm going to just add on to what Lori was talking about in a sec. So my inserts that I use are standard wide. Standard wide in this definition, they are 5 inches wide by 8¼ inches tall. So the wide is 5, as opposed to a regular standard is 4.33. So standard wide, 5 inches wide. I bring that up because I need to cut my paper. This is an 8x8 paper. I need to trim it down, right? So I always trim down to 4 3/4. The reason I trim to 4 3/4 is that will give me a nice even border, little nice even white border all the way around. So this will eventually get adhered into my book. I'm going to make this list, I call it off the page. So I'll create the entire list here, and then I will adhere it into my insert, just because as the insert starts to get so full, it gets a little bit harder to work in. All right, so there we go. That looks nice and summery, right? So that will go there. August will go up here, and I just need to kind of move that around a bit, although I may, let's see, maybe what I need to do here, I might come in and, oh, that's kind of fun. The little G picks up the little pen, but what I might do, what if we do this one this time? Normally I do that, but I think maybe this time I'll do that. We'll do that. And then 23 goes down here. So I remember that it was the 23rd because that's the day. That is the day that I decided to highlight this month. You just go back to the last one that we did, just so we have a little reference point. This is such an easy list because you don't really have to think. If you've been doing it all along, you just kind of have your stuff. All right. Let's see. Nancy, I love, Nancy, you're full of wisdom. Well, okay, Nancy's always full of wisdom. Nancy is full of wisdom today. Again, she said every teacher should do this in their classroom. Doesn't take much time in a journal to take home at the end of the year, right? How cool would that be? So if I had that from when my kids were little, and I could go back and look at their 3rd grade, today looks like this, and see what they had, what their day was like back then, that'd just be really neat. I love that suggestion, Nancy. Beverly's working on birthday cards for her 90-year-old mother-in-law and husband. I love that. Oh, Wendy. Okay. So Wendy wrote before, I've thought about you several times while I've been in West New York. There's a city park in this little town that is full of these giant, uniquely painted squirrels. Oh, that is so fun. I love that. Hi, Jackie. Jackie's working on craft projects for a charity boutique. Let's see. Cherie is putting together her 2021 Christmas box. She had a little illness during 2021. It sounds like you're better now. I'm so glad. Oh, kit from me, the December documented kit from me. Wonderful. 111 Renee's. Yes, she's riding her stationary bike. You make the time go by much faster and enjoyable. That's what I need to do. I need to get on my walking pad and walk and then watch people on YouTube because it totally makes your mind off things. All right. Okay. And then Jen's happy place is cleaning first and hopefully scrapbooking. All right. So let's go ahead and get these little guys adhered. Actually, I'm not going to do this one yet because I have an idea. Let's get this part adhered. I need to make sure that I leave enough room before I adhere that. I think about right there. And that little guy can go there. A couple times we've talked about when you're using chipboard, whether it's in a mini book or whether you're using chipboard in a traveler's notebook like this. Generally in a traveler's notebook, you don't want to have a lot of bulk because it just, bulks up so much. So I can separate the layers of the chipboard. Okay, so chipboard is basically just a bunch of layers of paper. If I was concerned that this would be a little bit too bulky in my insert, I could come in and just separate those layers. So I just pulled out my little paper piercer. Now, generally what I do when I'm doing this on camera, I just poke myself and then have to get a Band-Aid. So all I wanted to do was just get it started, right? I just wanted to get it started and see how those layers just peel right off. I have now basically reduced the height of that by about half, okay? So that I'm not going to use anymore. I'll just put that in the garbage, and let me grab my little garbage here. Let me see. I have to read this comment. I love this. And I know I will absolutely butcher your name, so I'm just going to say Wajiha Jalil. I'm sure I totally butchered that, and I apologize if I did. Said, hi, I'm from Pakistan, and I love journaling, love your ideas. That is so cool. I can honestly say I know no one's ever come on and said they're from Pakistan, so I don't know if other people watch from Pakistan, but I love that so much. And I'm so glad that you said hello. So thank you. And I'm glad that you're enjoying the time when we are together. Oh, that just sounded like Carol Burnett, didn't it? When Carol Burnett would end her show. All right, we'll just put that little guy right there. Oh, Peggy, right. Peggy said you could paper cover that pull away of number 20, and then you could use that too. So you know what else I could do, you guys? I could also ink that up, right? I could ink that up. So when we're working on our next list and I pull out the ink because we're stamping, I'll ink that up and we'll just see what it looks like. I love that though, Peggy. That's a great suggestion. I'll put that off to the side. Use it somewhere else. I know, Ms. L, I need to tug at my ear like Carol Burnett did, right? She'd always tug at her ear at the end of the show. That's one of those things that reminds me so much of being a kid is Carol Burnett and watching the Carol Burnett show. My favorite part of Carol Burnett show was when they'd be doing their skits and they would all just totally crack up and they're dying, they're killing themselves laughing. And you know, they broke character because you're not supposed to break character, but oh gosh, it was so fun when they do that. She just recently, this year at some point, they had a big TV show celebrating her, celebrating Carol Burnett. Alrighty, there we go. So always do my little outlining. So I did not put August up here yet because what I was thinking that I would do, remember I pulled out that transparency and I said I wanted to do something with that acetate. I am going to create a little overlay. Okay, I'm going to create an overlay. So let's get that little product strip off of the bottom. We don't need that. And I am going to, oh, you know what would be really cute though? Watch this. See that little thing that says Hey Summer? That's the name of the collection, right? Well, look I can totally use that. Now I have a little Hey Summer little acetate, so I could use that for something, right? So kind of look at your packaging and see what you might be able to use. All right, so now I think I would like this to be as wide as this piece. I don't want that to go on the whole piece because if it goes on the whole piece, then it starts to get a little crazy. But if it's only on the white, then I think I will like that look, just only on the white. Now, what I need to do, I really don't like how there's two full rainbow. Well, that's kind of full, a full rainbow and then a part. So I am going to fix it. I will trim it so that I have one rainbow in the middle and then parts of the rainbow on either side. So I need to trim this at, well, I'm not even going to measure. I'm just going to use my little marker there and my little marker there. Okay. Here we go. Pat said, I know I am not good at math, but how could I mess up a 3-hour time zone? I am on the East Coast and thought it started at 1. So Pat, let me give you a lifeline here. Let's just say that you got confused because I'm in the mountain time zone and maybe you thought something was weird there with the mountain time zone. Every once in a while, I get confused myself. I know that sounds funny, but every once in a while I get confused myself. The reason I get confused is because everything I say I do in Pacific Pacific, because Pacific, people know Pacific, they know Eastern, right? They just know those two time zones. The Mountain time zone is kind of the lost, forgotten time zone, I think. So I never publish Mountain, but every once in a while I mess up. So let's just say that's what it is. Let's chalk it up to that. Chalk it up to that. Look at all the people you guys are talking about. You love Carol Burnett. Val loves Carol Burnett. Pat watched it with her dad. I love that. Hi, Diane. Nice to see you. Debbie said, I heard that one of the cast members always did something off script to see if the rest would react. I think it was Lyle. Lyle was one who would be laughing a lot, because when I was saying that people would like start laughing and break character, in my head I was picturing Lyle. So I bet it could have been Lyle. Gerda, I have not rounded corners yet, and it wasn't intentional. Generally, I round the corners on my list. So because this is a left-facing page, this would get rounded. Oh, I know. See, not on my game today, friends. I am not on my game. It's that this morning was 4:40 when I woke up. Hang on. Let's grab this, because usually what I would do, I would usually round the corners and then do my outlining, right? The reason I round corners is because the corners of my inserts are rounded. So we'll just do it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. No one's going to notice. We'll just kind of have my little outline just kind of ran into those corners. So that goes right there. All right. This little guy. So we're back to this little guy. So I don't want it to sit there permanently, right? It'll kind of make it hard to read if it sits there permanently. I want to create what I call a dog door. Okay, so a dog door, if you think of a dog door hinges up at the top and it opens from the bottom, right? Your little dog or pig or cat or I don't know, whatever animal that you have that goes in and out from your house into the yard, a dog door. So that's what I'm going to create here. So you can lift this up and then be able to read what's there. In order to do that, I need to grab a little scoreboard. I'm just going to grab my little one because I have a little piece here. Just grab my little scoreboard. I want to score 1/2 inch from the top. Okay, and 1/2 inch is just an arbitrary measurement, but that's what I like to do when I'm creating these little dog doors. And if you've ever done a mini book project kit with me, this is one of the techniques that I use quite a bit in mini books. Okay, so there we go. I've just scored or creased. If you're not familiar with scoring, I just creased that acetate, so it will make it much easier for it to bend when it needs to bend. So let me see if I can now. I will fold that over. If you are not used to scoring, oh, look it. Did I? So it's print. Hang on, let me look. It's printed. No, I think that is the front. I don't know, it's hard to tell. So I think I was good. If you've never scored before, if you've never scored paper before or acetate or whatever it is that you might be scoring, there's a very fine line between cutting and scoring, okay? A fine line between cutting and scoring. You do not want to cut that. If you cut that, then you have a really skinny piece and then a long piece that is not attached. So we just want to fold it enough, score it enough that it will kind of move with us. Alrighty, so now this guy is going to go, it's going to adhere right up there. Now I'm going to use 1/4 inch double-sided tape. It's sticky, okay, super sticky, and that is what I want. I want super sticky tape. It will be clear-ish, all right, it will be clear-ish. Oh, here we go. Now, I don't want to reveal the whole thing. I just right now want to reveal a little part of it. And the reason I want to do that, when you're using double-sided tape, it is sticky, right? That's what we want. We want it to be super sticky. So that's a good thing. But it's a double-edged sword because it's so sticky. Basically, I only have one shot to adhere this. Like if I had pulled all of that little backer away and I did that, it's going to be stuck there. If it's straight, great. If it's not straight, oh well, it's stuck. So by just revealing a little bit of that, I can now come in here and look, I can totally move this around until I find exactly where I want it to be. And then I press the part down where the sticky had been revealed and gently pull that rest of that out, okay? That tip is super helpful when you are working with double-sided tape. So there we go. Now it is adhered, and I've kind of created my little dog door. One other thing I want to do, I'm going to come back in. I want to add, I hadn't added any adhesive right there. And because now this is heavy, I need to add some adhesive back there so it will stick. So I'm going to try to do this without, see if you can still see as I do that. Ideally, I would have done that before, right? Ideally, I would have done that ahead of time because it would have made life a lot easier. If you're just joining me, excuse the only lid on the right side, not lid on the left side. Little setup here. My lights were struggling for some reason this morning. Not sure why. Okay, so there we go. Now it's laying flat. It's laying flat, and then there's my little door. So this works obviously with something that's clear, semi-transparent. It could work with vellum. It could work with acetate. It can work with whatever you want to use. It also works with paper, right? If I used paper, I just wouldn't be able to see underneath. But you can create little doors like this with pretty much anything. You could do it with 3x4 cards. You could do it with photos. You could do it with anything. All right, so now what I want to come back in and do is, where's my little AUG? My little AUG. Here it is. So my little AUG is going to go right up there. Now, I said it was transparent-ish or clear-ish. See, look it, you really don't see that, that strip of double-sided tape underneath there at all. So I think what I'm going to do, normally I would probably use my glue pen. If I was adhering this to paper, I would use my glue pen. But because part of it is getting adhered to this kind of slick surface, my glue pen, my glue will not stick to that. So I think I'm going to come back in with this and just add a little bit here to try to get that, to make sure that it's not going to move on me. So just a little bit there. Let's see. Deborah said, is there going to be a 2023 list of the topics used during each listing session? I don't get to watch each session, so I like to have the list so when I have time, I can refer to the list. Deborah, yes. In the past, I had been very good about doing that every quarter, like every 3 months. I have not done that this year. I just have not. Things are, I mean, it's good. Things are crazy in a good way, but kind of crazy. So I have not had time to put that together this year. I will tell you, and this also will go back to someone's comment from earlier about working on a list from the past. This, if you are not familiar with my Listing with Flail idea book that I came out with in May, this is a awesome resource for listing. Now, you can find all the lists. You can find the list from 2022, 2021, 2020. Those are always on the bottom of the blog post. Just haven't had a chance to do 2023 yet. But in here, you would have all the 2020 list topics, all the 2021, all the 2022, and then you have all of the lists. So all of the lists that are here. The list that person was mentioning before, never have I ever, but I have. So never have I ever, but I have. I happen to know, I believe that one is in All About Me, chapter 20, 79. So if I were to go to page 79, and let's see if I'm right, if I put it there. Hopefully I did. Never have I ever, but I have. Let's see. Come on. Hold on, friends. Okay. Where is it? Anyhow, it's in here. Never have I ever, but I have. That would make sense if it was in the All About Me, right? Did I miss it? Well, let's pretend that I wasn't looking for that one because I know it's in the book. Let's pretend that I was looking for the perfect day. So I'd get to the perfect day and I'd see this and I'd go, oh, I'd love to see more about how Lael did that perfect day list. That was one of our Saturdays, August 28th, 2021. That is the URL or the link. And if you fast forward to the 1 hour, 52-minute mark, that's where I start making that list. When you get the idea book, you also get the digital copy. And in the digital copy, that right there is a hot link, meaning you can click it and it would take you right to that video and you fast forward to that mark. So I just thought about that twice, from Never Have I Ever, But I Have, which was one of my favorite lists that we did, and then answering the question about the 2023 list, even though that one's not there yet. You have access to the others in there as well. Okay, let's see. I'm just looking at the chat for a minute. Peggy, I missed part of your comment when you say, I mean, leave the upper part unglued. I missed part of that comment. So if you would leave that, if you would write that again for me, that would be great. Okay. Here we go. So there's the start, and I knew this was going to happen. It's kind of plain right here. It's kind of plain right there. So I had an idea. I thought what I might do is use the new perpetual calendar stamp. If I put the perpetual calendar stamp right there, then I could kind of also have it dated, but I am not going to stamp that on there. I do not have the right stamping ink to stamp on acetate. You can't use regular ink, like your Distress Oxide ink, to stamp on acetate. It will not work. You need to use something like a StazOn, and StazOn I am not a fan of. So I will not be stamping directly on the acetate. I will stamp on a piece of white cardstock, and then I will adhere that. So let's do that. Because that is a brand new stamp, I have not used that before. I need to condition it. I need to prep it. Excuse me, or prime it. So, if you are new to stamping, or if you've been stamping for years and did not know this, this is a really important thing to know. Your clear stamps need to be primed or conditioned before you use them, okay? Really quick. Peggy said if you could leave the upper part of the 23 unglued to tuck. Oh, that would be fun. Peggy, that's a great idea. Look at that. Peggy said if on the 23, if I had only applied my adhesive at the bottom half of 23, then I could have tucked that right under there, right? I could have tucked that under there. That would have been really fun. That would have been really cool. But I didn't do that. So great idea. Great idea. I love it. Okay, hold on. Cassie bailed me out. She said, Never Have I Ever is on page 74. So what section did I put that in? Oh, this makes sense. It's in the section called Opposites Attract, right? Never have I ever, but I have. So you're kind of doing your opposites attract. There's never have I ever. So list of things that you've never done, but then list of things that you have done. It's another kind of fun time capsule list. Thank you, Cassie. Thanks for coming to my rescue. Karen said she bought the book, but where do we find the digital version? So Karen, it should have been emailed, assuming that you bought the book from the website and not from me in person somewhere. It should have been emailed to you. So double check your email and also check your junk spam filter or folder. If you don't see it, send me an email and I will email it to you. Good, Lori found it too. Thanks, you guys. Under Opposites Attract. Love it, right? Okay. So back to stamps. We always need to prime our stamps or condition them for the first time before we use them, okay? That's really important. The reason it's really important is your photopolymer stamps, and typically I'm just using photopolymer stamps. My stamps are photopolymer, made in the US. They have all photopolymer stamps as part of the manufacturing process are going to have a very thin, invisible layer on the top of them. So if you've ever been stamping with a brand new stamp set and the outcome looks really funny and you're like, oh, I do not like that. What happened? Why does that look so weird? That is why you need to prime or condition your stamps. Nobody told me that. When I first started stamping, I got really frustrated because I'm like, I don't like the way this looks. This is really weird. So I want to just show you quickly a little visual representation of this. This is just my book that I use to do all my test stamping. So brand new stamp set, okay? So I had not used the 5 before. I just applied ink right off the bat. So there is the 5, and you'll see the first time I stamped it, inked it up and stamped it straight away. It's kind of a little blotchy, right? You'll see kind of some white showing through. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that I like to have a really nice, solid impression. There it is, I stamped again. So looking a little better down here, but now it's kind of weird up there. Look at the third time. The third time is like worst of all. The fourth time, it took me 4 times of stamping, ink stamp, re-ink stamp, re-ink stamp, re-ink stamp, before I got a nice solid impression on the 5. That's because it was working through that invisible layer on the stamp. So the first way you can prime or condition your stamp is just to do that. You can stamp a bunch of times, now not on your project, but you can stamp a bunch of times until it looks good and then you know it's ready. But that takes a lot of time. So generally what I do, I take just a little white block eraser, and I will do this on the entire set, okay? Even though I'm only going to use, well, I'll use a couple of these. I do the entire set at one time because I might as well get all the stamps done at one time. And then I know next time I use this stamp, everything has been primed. So I am gently erasing, moving my eraser over the surface of all of those stamps. And I am not pressing really hard. I don't want eraser tailings. When I say eraser tailings, this is what I mean. I don't want a bunch of those things, right? A bunch of those things that are left over after you've erased. I don't want those because those are going to stick to the stamp and I'm going to have to try to clean it really hard to get those off. So I'm being super gentle. I just am gently erasing over the top of that surface, okay? Now that I've done that, I need to clean it because there probably are a few little eraser tailings on there. So I'm going to take my little stamp chamois and I'm just now rubbing off all of those stamps, okay? I just want to get them clean. Now, I use a stamp chamois also after I have stamped, okay? Once I've stamped with ink, I want to come in and also clean it off, okay? So after I have done that, it's wet. I need to dry it before I apply ink to it, or let it sit there and dry for a little while. The reason I need to do that is depending on the type of ink that you're using, it may be water reactive, okay? So for example, Distress Oxide inks are water reactive. So if there is any moisture on that stamp at all, and I then put my ink on there, that ink is going to react to the water. And if I meant to do that, then that's great. But if I didn't mean to do that and it's kind of getting all weird and watery and some of the pigment is coming out in certain spots and not others, I may be frustrated because that's not what I intended. So I just dried that off. I used a microfiber cloth. Microfiber cloth is nice because it doesn't leave little lint. If you use a paper towel or if you use a baby wipe or something like that, just make sure you don't have any lint. If there's any leftover lint on the stamp surface, that's going to affect your stamped impression. So that's what I always use. It's how I condition my stamps. First step, the eraser. Second step, the chamois, clean it off. Third step, dry it off with the little microfiber. So those 3 things I have on the website in a bundle, and then I also have those all a la carte. What are you doing? Reggie has his head. I have this little trash can on my, oh my goodness, I wish I had my phone to take a picture. He has his head in this little trash can. Look at, this is the little trash can. And his whole little head was like buried in there. Oh, I tell you what, I could like not work all day and just be entertained by Reggie. So those are 2 ways that you can prime your stamps. Either stamp with ink on a piece of scratch paper until it looks good. Do that process that I said. Or some people say, and Beverly is saying this, they say some people rub it on their arm a couple times to prime it. On your hand, on your arm, on your jeans. Oh my gosh. You guys, he now has both of his front paws in that, and his head. He has both of his front paws and his head in that little garbage can. I can't, it's a wonder that I get any work done. It's like having a newborn baby in the house. Wow, there's nothing in there, bud. What are you going after? What do you want? Oh, well, we'll let him play. Oh, I know. This is what he is trying to get, that little thing. Here, there, let's put it over here. Put it over there and get it. Go play with it over there. Sorry, guys. Wow. Too funny. Yes. So you can rub it on your hand, rub it wherever. If you rub it on your hand, you still want to clean it off, because whatever is on your arm or your hand, lotion, sweat, I don't know, whatever it is, that's going to potentially interfere with the ink that you're using. So 3 different ways. The way that you use, or the method that you use of primary conditioning isn't important. What is important is that you do it. If you've been stamping and you haven't been doing that with brand new stamps, you probably, you probably didn't know, but then you also probably will like your stamping a lot more once you do that. At least that was my case. All right, so I'm going to use a piece of white cardstock, and I need a little stamping block to take this off. I'm going to use, I think I'm just gonna have it be black, because I have black going on here so far, so I'll do a little black using the Sucanico Versafine Clair. That is a pigment-based ink. That is, hands down, that is the black ink I use. That is the only black ink I use. It's absolutely my favorite. It's awesome. All right, so stamping block. Get that down. Now, I am not going to stamp on here yet. I am going to use my little tester. This is my test notebook, okay? It's getting very full. I have a new one. Someone sent me a new one. So when I'm ready to use it, I'll share. So I'm going to ink that up. Personal preference, I prefer to apply my ink to the stamp like that, as opposed my stamp to the ink. Personal preference, you can do it either way. I find that you get more control over your ink placement if you do it this way, and less mess. So that's what I'm doing. All inked up. Now I want to test. Let's see. Okay, everything looks good. When you are working with a new stamp, it's a good idea to test it a bunch of times. And the reason for that is, it's a good idea to get a feel for the amount of pressure that you need to apply when you're stamping, okay? So there, I didn't apply enough pressure. It wasn't even enough pressure. It's good up towards the top, but I didn't get that kind of even all the way around. The first time, I applied a little bit too much pressure, so it was kind of blurry. So I'm gonna get nice even pressure, but I don't wanna like press down really hard. If I press down really hard, I am going to interfere with the material. And if I press down too hard, it is going to start to spread those little numbers or letters or the frame. So just brand new stamp set, I like to kind of play around a little bit to make sure I have a good feel for the pressure. Come back in and re-ink. And because there's a cat here, I am going to put the lid on that. Don't want him to like step on that and then run away, right? All right, here we go. And I am going to apply nice even pressure. There we go. Now, what I would probably do if I wasn't on camera, I would probably take this stamp and stamp a whole bunch of these. That way I have these little perpetual calendars ready, already pre-stamped anytime that I need to use them, okay? So you can kind of do some pre-work. If you are ever wanting to be crafty, maybe it's late at night and you want to still be crafting, but your mind is gone and you're like, I can't think about anything. Do this, get out your stamps and pre-stamp a bunch of them. And then when you're ready to use them, you have them ready to go. If you're at a crop or a retreat or something like that, and you're just can't be creative anymore, but you still want to be, productive, bring your stamps and do something like this, where you just stamp a whole bunch of them. All right, so there we go. That's cut out, ready to go. He's back in the garbage camp. Karen said, never thought I needed stamping 101, but this is all super helpful. I'm really glad, Karen. I actually have on my list of many, many things to do oh my gosh, you guys. He has the bag. Now, okay, I know it's like a child. He has the bag, this little bag on his head. Like it's his out of the can now and it's on his head. I can't even believe it. I wish so bad I could take a picture, but that's my camera. All right, Reggie, goofball. All right, so this is going to go in here. But wonder if, do we use like one of our little things here? We could use that little rainbow there. We could do that on top. Kind of like that. Let's do the rainbow on top. All right. Let's do that. And let me see. This guy's going on top. Right? Wow. All right, so this will go right there. One thing I forgot to mention earlier when I was attaching the August, if you're doing something like this, you want to make sure that you do not, hang on, I don't want to do that yet, that you do not overlap your August with that crease or score, okay? You want to make sure that that can still fold independently. Reggie, what are you doing? Buddy, come on. Oh, sorry, guys. This is like the outtakes. This is like a whole day of outtakes. Like a whole day of outtakes. All right. The reason I didn't want to do that yet, because now I want to take the other part of the stamp and highlight the day, the month, and the year. So really quickly, let me come back in and clean this off, because it's a good idea to clean off your stamps right away while the ink is still, you know, wet-ish. All right, so I just used the chamois again to do that, and I need I don't need to worry about drying off because I'm not going to use it again right now, so it'll just dry on its own when I put it back. Okay, so now we need little teeny stamp blocks. And for my little teeny stamp blocks, I need, let's get that guy and that guy. That is a set of two clear acrylic stamping blocks, small. The nice thing about them being small is those are small little stamps, right? So those are on the website. Let's see. So for Saturday, I want the larger circle. And I think what I will do, let's find a color. Maybe one of those little pinks or the yellow. Let's see. These are my swatches for all of my Distress Oxide inks. I'm thinking spun sugar might be fun. Let's do spun sugar. So I made the swatches using the Swatch This Inks stamp set. What did I say, spun sugar? Yeah, spun sugar. Swatching your inks is, if you have inks, if you have colors, if you have multiples of the same type of color, if you have multiple pinks or reds or greens or blues or whatever, you'll find that if you swatch your inks, it makes it much easier because you get a better feel for what it looks like, the color stamped there, than you get on there. So that's what I did there. All right, because brand new stamp, I've already primed it, right? But I need to test it. The nice thing about having all of these little tests that I did over here is that I can test it to see what it looks like layered. Now, when I get a little tiny stamp like this, I reverse it. I put stamp on block instead of, stamp on ink instead of ink on stamp because it's too hard to go the other way. Okay, so there's my little S for Saturday. I like that. So we'll come here and do that same thing. There's my S for Saturday. And clean this little guy off. I keep putting this little guy, my chamois, in this. That's a salt cellar. A number of you guys turned me on to this little salt cellar. It keeps salt dry. If you live in a humid environment, it's a good place to store your salt. But the nice thing is, it's a great place to store your little stamp chamois while you're working with it while it's wet, because then it does not dry out. And that I just got on Amazon. That is linked in the description box of the video. All right, so Saturday, August. So August, I need this little guy. I need the little oval. And again, I want to test it first, right? So let's come over here and just test right there. The nice thing about the clear block and the salt cellar, C-E-L-L-A-R, salt cellar. Yeah, Pamela, Nick is golfing. Otherwise, Reggie would not be in here, right? And Sarah said she loves that Reggie is part of the squirrel squad, and you guys could hear him move the can. That was the funniest thing I have ever seen. I wish so bad that I could have taken a picture or recorded that and put it in the Facebook group so you guys could see it. All right, so clear block, it makes it really easy to know right where I'm stamping on there. So August, I'm gonna pull this a little bit closer to me, you guys, because it's a little bit harder for me to see. I had already adhered it, or applied my adhesive. So let me just do this so I can see right there. And then today is what's today? Today's the 26th. So put this little guy back, and the 26th, there's two different sizes of your little circles for the days, single digit date, double digit date. So kind of thought about as many things as I could have there, you guys, in terms of how you would use that. Okay, and I could do that in different colors too if I wanted. All right, 26, let's come back over to this guy. 26. Okay, there we go. Oopsie. I need a work surface that's like 8 times as large as this. Although this is big. My work surface here is large. It is, I don't know, 4 feet by 5 feet maybe? I don't know. But I can only work in so much room, right? All right, so we are done with that. That little stamp set is now done for today. We can move him off to the side and move these little stamp blocks to the side. All right, so now I feel like I need just a little bit more color around that, I think. Oh no, well, let's look. That's going right there. No, I like it that way. So let's put that there. All right, now it's ready to go. Now on the back side, I see that kind of thing on the back side. So if that bothered me, I could come in and take another die cut and put that right there, and then, do the same thing there or put something back there, but that doesn't bother me. I'm good with that. All right, so we did something totally different than we normally do with our, today looks like this. But now we need to fill it out. Right now we fill it out. So let's grab date. Ooh, I kind of covered that up a little bit. Oh, but we know what the date is anyway. So we'll just write August, we'll just say 26th. No. Oh my gosh, I'm a ding-a-ling. 23rd. Did you guys catch what I did? Did you catch what I did? See, Peggy did. She said, do you want the 26th or 23rd? Yes, Peggy, I wanted the 23rd. So I will come back later and do another one of these and do the 23rd and not the 26th, because 26th was today. Or maybe this is a dual dated. I'm doing this on the 26th for the 23rd. Right? Mood on the 23rd was busy. Always. This is a list. All right, now what I generally do, we have an idea. What I generally do is just add little bullets here, right, of whatever happened. So I am going to, since I have this little guy back out, I can also use this as a little bullet stamp. This little teeny tiny one, I can use as a bullet stamp. So I am going to bring out my little stylus, because that little teeny tiny one also will fit on the little stylus. And stylus is another one of my products. It is a long, skinny acrylic stamping block. So works great for your little tiny bullet stamps. Just makes it easy. So like this. Too many things. So I can do my little bullets right like that. It's a little bit hard to see, but there we go. So if this is my little bullets, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now on that stamp set, I could even use, if I wanted, The star, they're a little bit bigger. The star, the heart as bullets if I wanted. Okay, clean this little guy off. Hi, Virginia Greco. Scrapbooking late from Barcelona. You guys, it's like International Saturday today. I love it. I mean, I love all of you guys. You know that. It's always just extra special when our international friends are here. I don't know why. It just, I'm like, oh my goodness. The one was Pakistan. Is that right? That's definitely like the most far removed I think that we've had. Okay, so on the 23rd, this is what I did. Okay, and it's nothing again. Wasn't moving mountains. It was just, this is what I did on the 23rd. 23rd, woke up at 4:20 a.m. Wah wah. I 10. Okay. Woke up at 4:20 a.m. I fed Reggie because Reggie is used to eating early because Sam works early. Sam usually leaves about 6:30 a.m. So Reggie always gets fed early. He likes to eat early. Fed Reggie. Then I got ready for the day. So your typical shower, makeup. I did not do my hair because I had my hair appointment at 8 a.m. From there, I worked on instructions for the class I'm teaching at Ready, Set, Create event in September. Instructions for Ready, Set, Create class. What is that? Oh, I placed an order with Simple Stories, which is like an everyday occurrence. Had lunch with Lily. Now Lily works for me, and generally she leaves at 1. She worked all day that day, so we had lunch together at home. Oh, hang on really quickly. Kathy said, question, is there a way to make the end of the stylus a little more sticky or smooth? I have a hard time getting my bullet stamps to stick to it. Kathy, that's a great question. Let's do a little squirrel moment and talk about that. So there is not a way to get this sticky or smooth because it is cut, right? It is, these are long rods of acrylic that get cut. So what you get is what you get there. But what you can do, your stamps, and this is the case with any stamp, you'll notice over time that it may have a hard time sticking to a stylus or a stamping block, may have a hard time sticking even to the little backer sheet. The reason for that is your stamps over time, the back sides of them, right? The back sides will get dust or lint or hair or, whatever on the back sides of the stamp. That makes it so that little stickiness that's inherent to the stamp itself, it's not sticky anymore. So what you want to do is take your stamp, let's say it's this guy, take your stamp, take either your chamois or take a wet paper towel or a wet rag or cloth or something, and you just want to completely wipe the back off, okay? You want to get that nice and clean so any of your lint, hair, whatever it is not sticking. Once it dries, that's like reinvigorated the stickiness and it will stick. You probably see that happen more often with your smaller stamps, like the bullet stamps, because there's just not a lot of surface area. So with this guy, if half of it was had lint on it and half of it didn't, it would probably still be fine to stick because there's enough surface area that part of it will still stick. But with your little tiny bullet stamps, there's just not a lot of surface area. So that should fix it for you. That should fix it for you. And that's really any size stamp and any kind of stamping block that you're using. Every so often you need to clean off the back. You need to clean off the back. Let's see. Oh, Denise told her. Perfect. I love that you guys do that. Let's see. Oh, look at, you guys are all piping in. See? Love it when you guys share. Kathy said she's had trouble even if they're brand new. With any stamp, with any stamping block, or particularly the bullet stamps in the stylus, Kathy. Try the other end of the stylus. And if you're still having problems, shoot me an email. We can go from there. Beverly said, is that notebook for purchase? Yes, it is. So this little notebook is, I call it my handy dandy notebook, but this I created, well, let's see when I created it. I created it back in 2021, October of 2021. Because I needed something to plan our Saturdays, right? I needed something to plan everything out. So I use this religiously. Every time we're together on a Saturday, I use this. This is how I plan all of our things that we're doing. So this is today. And I do my little sketches. So look there's my little, I am not a graphic designer. I just got to put that out there. There's my little sketch for what I was doing, right? There's my little dog door. Anyhow, it's a slightly modified version because the things that I need, like who the winners are and things like that, you don't need, but it's available on the website, both in a printed version and in a, like PDF. You could just buy the PDF and then print it yourself if you wanted. Let's see. Bullet stamps and stylus. Kathy, shoot me an email. Try the other end. Okay. Try the other end. And if you've cleaned and tried both ends and it still doesn't work, shoot me an email and we'll go from there. Okay, so here we go. Boy, this list is taking forever today, but it's good. I love it. I'm going to try something. You guys know I like to outline everything, right? You know I like to outline everything. I want to try outlining this little dog door, outlining the transparency of the acetate. So I'm taking a special pen. We'll talk about that special pen in a minute. I'm going to try one side and the other side. Okay, it shouldn't be any difference inside, but obviously it's just printed. The transparency is printed on one side, and I don't know if I can tell what side it's printed on. Now I need to see if, okay, so did you see what I just did? I am moving my finger across it, trying to get that to blur. It is not going to blur. I used one pen. I'm going to try my Sharpie. I'll give it a second. Like I gave that one a second and see what happens. The pen that I used is a photo signature pen. This is a pen that is formulated specifically to work writing on a slick surface, such as a photo, such as transparency like this. Look what happened. Did you see what just happened? That Sharpie mark is completely gone. I'll do that again because I just totally wiped it off. So here's my X, that's Sharpie, okay? We'll give it a second to dry, thinking maybe that's it. But anytime you're writing on a slick surface, this is the pen that you want to use. They've been sold out on my website for a while. I just ordered them again the other day. I found a different supplier because the first supplier was also sold out. So these should be back in this week. But this is why you want the right kind of pen, the right kind of tool for the job. Because look what I did. I just completely erased with my finger that Sharpie. So I know though it will work on this because I tested it. Now it's funny because you're really not going to see much of my outline until it lifts up a little bit because there's an outline on the paper underneath. All right, so there, now we can see that that little piece is outlined. All right, there we go. So I need to finish writing my list of the things that happened on that day. All right, so lunch with Lily, and then I added new AC products to the website. And then I started doing some Saturday listing prep. And then watched Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary. I think I just added an E to Madam. I can't remember if there's an E in Madam or not. Anyhow, those were the things that I did. Okay, so it's definitely time capsule. Nothing fancy, nothing fantastic, nothing fancy, just basically just the facts, right? So that's what I did, just the facts. All right, now the next thing I need to do, I just have this one little last thing. I just remembered what I was going to do. In some of these, I was going to use some of these little letters. So I will use, let's find the alphas. All right, one good thing today. One good thing that happened in the day. Sometimes it's hard to find something, right? It's good. You know what it is? It's hair. It is one good thing. I'm sure there were other good things that day, but new hair, right? It's always when you have your hair done and you have parts of your hair colored and things like that, new hair is always good. So that's what my one good thing for today. I'm going to put new hair. So I am going to keep with the theme. Let's see. Let's put this under there and see if we can see them okay. We like that, or do we need to go with something like that? I want it to be subtle, so I'm going to go with these guys. So these are also from the Hey Summer collection. And I need my little tweezers. And I'm also going to use my little ruler. So I am going to line up my stickers on the ruler. And I do that for two reasons. Number one, so that they're straight, right? I want them to be straight-ish because there are no lines there, right? I don't want to put them on that line. I want to put them right in the center. So if I line them up on my ruler, I can make sure they're straight because I can use one of the horizontal lines on the ruler. Okay, so I'm using that little horizontal line right there, and I line them all up. New hair. Karen, if you're still here, this is pretty much going to be an all dayer, isn't it? Just because we're learning, right? I don't know. As I'm working, if you've been with me before, you know this, but if you haven't, as I'm working, I like to explain what I'm doing and I like to explain the why. Because to me, if I was watching, I would want to hear the why and why I'm doing things and why I'm using what I am and things like that. So sometimes it just takes a little bit longer, especially when we do some new techniques. We talk about a brand new stamp set, we have to condition and all that. Denise asks, have you seen Lincoln Lawyer? Yes, Denise, we just finished it. Loved it. Well, I think there's another season coming, I think. Yes, really enjoyed that. New hair. New hair. So Madam Secretary started in 2014 and I think went through 2019. We did not watch it back then, but that was back in the day, back in the olden days, right? Back in the olden days when shows were on regular networks and the seasons were really long, right? They had lots of episodes in a season. So we're enjoying that. I think we're in the middle of the second season right now. New hair. Back in the olden days. All right, new hair. All right, so first reason I used the ruler was so that everything was straight-ish. Second reason I'm using a ruler is that now I can find exactly where I want those to go. If I want them to be centered, I can move it around until I feel like it's centered. I don't have to kind of count 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, but then there's a space, but it's not a full space, 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's kind of 7, not really 8, but maybe 7.5. So then where should I start? The center. I don't even have to worry about that, right? Because I know exactly where the center is because these are not sticking. They're sticking to the ruler. They're not sticking to the paper until I'm ready for them to stick. So I think if I go about right there, that looks like it's about centered, right? It's centered-ish. And let me put this on here so that we'll kind of hold it down so you guys can see what I'm doing. I press down on the stickers so they're sticking to the paper now, and then gently lift away from the paper. I'm just kind of rolling that out. Okay, new hair. There we go. Oh, my R is a little bit, oh well, it's there. It's a little bit lower than the rest. All right, so there we go, friends. There is my today looks like this for August the 23rd. Okay, there we go. I think I'm going to do 2 more things. There's something missing, and I always say, if you think something is missing, if there seems to be a hole somewhere, the answer is always a word strip sticker. There we go. The answer is always a word strip sticker. So to me, it looks like this is just like this big white space, right? It kind of looks like trapped white space. the reason it looks like trapped white space is even though the 23 is right there, it's not really on here. When it sits on top, it looks like this is all just plain. This space is trapped between that and that. That's what trapped white space is. So I feel like I need to put something right there. And the something right there is going to be a word strip sticker. So I use word strip stickers so often. There's a whole little section of my website that shows you all of the word strip stickers that you can buy, just because I use a lot of them. Especially the small talk or the Tim Holtz sticker. So small talk snarky, drawing a blank. Oh yes, chit chat and clippings. So I use these guys all the time. So I'm looking for, I think I want to do white here, and I just want something that could go. I always love this one. How about this one? Not my circus, not my monkeys. It's kind of funny, right? Not my circus, not my monkeys. Because really, sometimes in my life these days, would just work. My business, not work, but my business. This is the crazy time of year, so it actually is my circus and is my monkeys, but always kind of a funny saying. So do you see how much that changed the look of that? It just totally, something was missing. Word strip sticker, the answer. I'm going to see if I can pull that off just so we can see that. Look it, there it is without. Okay, look it, there it is without. Just something's weird, something's missing. Word strip sticker to the rescue. Dun, 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 and now it looks good. Okay, and then I felt like I needed, no, you know what? I'm not going to put one up here. I was thinking I needed one right here, but then it will kind of bother me when it's there because part of it will be hidden because of the rainbow. All right, there we go. Pat said that is one of my favorite sayings. I know, that's a good one, isn't it? Not my circus, not my monkeys. Also, not my first rodeo. That's always a fun one. Which, there's a funny little story. I went to the Houston rodeo in March, and they had little stickers that they were giving to kids, but I asked for one and they gave it to me. It said, this is my first rodeo. So if you were like going to the Houston rodeo for the first time, they'd give little kids a sticker, this is my first rodeo. But yeah, I also love that saying, not my first rodeo. I also, kind of in relation to the whole cowboy thing, all hat and no cattle. You guys heard that one? All hat and no cattle, like you wear a cowboy hat, but you don't have the cattle to back it up. You're kind of not walking the talk, you know? All right, so I'm ready to adhere this to my insert. The reason I moved that out of the way for a minute, I'm ready to adhere that. The reason I need to, let me back up. I don't want to use my regular tape runner. The reason I don't want to use my regular tape runner, because I am so deep in my insert. You see how this is totally bending around? Because there's so much that's happened in here so far. This is bending around. I need to make sure to give a lot of support to this part right here because it needs to bend. It has to bend around that curve. So I'm going to come back to my double-sided tape again and run that right along that edge like that. And I might as well just do that on the whole thing while I'm at it. But really, it's because I want to make sure that that is nice and secure. And I know from the experience that at that stage in my insert, if I try to use just my regular tape runner, there's my bag of garbage now. I guess we'll just put it in here for now. Reggie's toy. Oh yes, I know from experience that it will not hold. So I'm doing the same thing here. I am just revealing part of the backer, right? We talked about that before because it's going to make it a little bit more repositionable if I only reveal parts. I'm going to turn this upside down and turn this upside down because I'm right-handed. It's much easier for me to do it this way. So it's repositionable now because look it, I can set that down and it is not sticking because I've only revealed part of it. So let's see if it goes there, if it goes there, if it goes there. Is that good? That looks pretty good. So now I can come in and press down on the parts that have been revealed and then gently pull out those little tabs, right? Gently pull out those little tabs to make it much easier, well, to make it stick, I guess, right? And then I just really want to press down right along there. So there we go. There's our first list, friends. That took a long time, but we did lots here, right? We had to talk about the whole concept of today looks like this. We did our little door. We did some stamping. We did lots of things. So that is our first list. Second list. Oh, let's do this. Oh, actually, I am not ready to clean all of these things up yet because I'm going to use them again on my second list. Well, it's also a single page, so we'll do that guy right here, okay? We'll do that one right here. My second list is also a single page list. It is also somewhat of a time capsule list. This is the one I was talking about a little bit earlier. This one is called Always in the Fridge, okay? This is a list of things that we typically always have in our fridge. Now, Nick and I are empty nesters, okay? We're empty nesters, so the things that we have in our fridge now are different than we probably had when our kids were younger, or when our kids were even older, but you know, living with us. Both of our kids drink milk like it's water still. So if Sam was living with us, one of the things that would always be in our fridge would be milk, but he's not, so Nick and I don't really drink milk, so not there. That just reminded me of something though that needs to be on my list. Okay. So, single page list. I am going to do this list directly on the page, okay? Directly on the page. Karen, thank you. Karen said I should have a hydration break. Yes, now's a good time for hydration break. So, if you do not have something to sip, I'm drinking iced tea. If you don't have something to sip and you have not had anything to sip in the last 2 hours, you should probably take a hydration break, okay? Let's see. Karen has a, oh wait. Oh, I've missed all kinds of things. Well, I'm taking my hydration break. Stacy finished Madam Secretary, now watching Suits. Yes, we loved Suits. We watched Suits as it was, you know, live or when it was, you know, first done. Let's see. Hi, Linda May. Oh, yeah. I'm Linda. Yeah, I know I said something. Doesn't matter. Tabitha, we're talking about Lincoln Lawyer. The book. Yes, I think I read the book at the very beginning, a long time ago. Wanda says, my granddaughter says all the time, back in my day, and she's mocking you. I love that. That's so fun. Here's something, you guys. If you have littles in your life, when I say littles, I mean little kids, little grandkids, little nieces or nephews. Maybe you're a teacher and you're teaching younger kids. It actually doesn't even need to be littles. It could be teenagers. A fun list, and actually I should do this. Some of the funny things that those people say in your life. Actually, it could even be friends, it could be coworkers, it could be partners, whatever it is. Funny things that people say, right? So if Wanda was doing a list, or if Wanda's granddaughter was doing a list, she could say the funny things that my grandma says, and one of the things on the list could be back in my day. So that'd be fun. That would be a fun one to do. Denise said she's watching 24 and makes her laugh because of the flip phones, right? Isn't that funny? Linda May is loving the flip up part. Yeah, that's just a fun little thing, right? I don't know if we've done, I think maybe over the years we've done something similar to that, but it's been a long time. Linda May. Oh, right. So Linda May, and Linda, I know you do something with horses, but I don't know exactly what you do. So I thought I'd preface that before I read your comment. Linda May said, I love going to rodeos and seeing the cowboy hats that are on backwards makes me smile. So I think you're saying like all hat and no cattle, right? It's someone that's wearing a cowboy hat, but really doesn't have anything to do with being a cowboy or working on a ranch or a farm or something like that. And then unknowingly they're wearing their cowboy hat backwards. I think that's what you're saying, right? That's funny. Oh, Carmen brought up a good point. She does not have Hey Summer, but she had Sunkissed from Pretty Little Studio. Sunkissed also had the clear acetate sheet. So if you did buy those and don't have this, you could do that with the clear acetate sheet. Belinda, thank you. Belinda said she's having a great time watching the chat and listening to the chit chat. Okay, so here we go. Second list. Second list. I'll get back on track at some point. All right, so I will be doing this directly on the page. So I'm going to do my little outline. This is when my little clip, my big clip, it's not a little clip, it's a big clip, really comes in handy because it's going to hold that whole side down for me while I am working on this page. It's not going to get in my way. All right. Always in the fridge. So I am going to use the some of the flower side of Hey Summer. We used rainbow side before. I'm going to use flowers, so some of the fun flowers. And what I thought I would do, let's see, I thought I might just, this is going to be a super simple list. I thought I just might use a couple of flowers like intermixed in, right? Let's see, I've got some different sizes and different colors. This pack is the, what is it? It is the Summer Essentials die cuts. Oh no, Summer Essentials die cuts was that. I have two things mixed in. Rainbows and Hearts and Stars, Summer Essentials die cuts. And, oh, here we go. Summer Blooms, the other floral die cuts. So this guy is really big, but that's okay. I'll have it bleed off the edge. I really like this little yellow guy. So then I need another pink one, maybe small pink. If I'm not really finding the size, the different sizes I feel like I need, or different shapes maybe. If I did this guy instead, then I could use this color flower. So then we kind of have three different flowers there, right? That would probably work. Those Summer Blooms also come in a sticker sheet. So if I needed something a little bit smaller or different sizes, they also come in the little sticker sheet. But I think I'm good there. So I'm just going to go ahead and adhere those down. Even though my list is about food in a refrigerator, that doesn't mean I have to have food die cuts or food stickers or something like that, right? I don't have to be literal. And so in this case, I am definitely not being literal. This guy I'll cut off. So I'm just using something super generic, neutral. I'm cutting these off. I generally don't like things sticking out of my traveler's notebooks. If it was a mini book, sure, no problem at all. But traveler's notebooks, I like to have kind of everything contained, because your things will kind of get dinged up if they're outside of the edges. Okay. We'll just kind of put that little guy there. Ooh. I need to move that down just a tad, just a hair. Then I think I'm good, because I need my title. I haven't obviously done my title yet, so need to leave some room for that. All right, and then this guy, we'll just kind of put maybe right about there. So, two different lists on opposite pages. A lot of times we do double page lists, and then if you're doing a double page list, then things, I would imagine, would coordinate from left page to right page. I know some of you, especially if you're a scrapbooker, you are not a fan of doing single page layouts, maybe single page lists, because you want things to match or coordinate. So if you're doing two separate lists and you want them to match or coordinate, here's a really easy way to do that. Use products from the same collection or products with a similar color palette, so that even though they're two separate lists, they still look like they kind of go together a little bit, right? That's kind of like when I did this list, or these two lists, used to love, now hate. These are die cuts from the Sunkissed collection from Pretty Little Studio. These are also die cuts, different die cuts from the same collection. So kind of everything looks similar, even though two different lists, because I use some of the same kind of design elements and colors across the two. So that's what we're doing here. Alrighty, so now we need to get stamps out. I am going to stamp my title, part of my title, with the Reggie Alpha. I'm not Reggie, Reggie's on my mind. With the Willie Alpha, there we go, Willie Alpha. Debbie, I love that. Debbie said I have a smash book called, labeled A Million Things Kids Say, right? And you just put those things down in there, so fun. Irene, now that we're a couple hours in, she was working earlier on getting her December supplies all organized, and now she's got a good list going of what she wants and needs. Needs and wants, yeah, wants and needs. Hi, Scrappy Violet. Good afternoon, everyone. I hate getting to the party late, but grateful to be able to be here till the end now. Oh, Scrappy Violet, Yeah, we'll be here for a while still. We'll be here for a while. And I always say, you guys, it's more like an open house, okay? It's an open house. You come and go as you please. There's no being late. I mean, you could be early, but just like an open house, if the open house hasn't started, the doors aren't open yet. So you can be early, but you can come and go. There's no late, no worries. All right, so my title, always in the fridge. So I'm going to stamp the word fridge, and then I will write always in the above it. So let me get these things out of the way because now I remember I was going to use these alphas a little bit on here. So we may still use those. We may still use those. I've got so much stuff around here. Let me just get some of this stuff. August is floating around. Let me just get some of this stuff moved out of the way, you guys, because things are going to be a little bit crazy if I don't. I will tell you, if some of you know, I have a whole new studio, craft room, whatever, set up. And one of the best things about it is it has stayed completely clean. So I clean it up every time. Even if I know that I'm working in it again the next day, designing again the next day, I get everything all nice and organized, and so it's not a giant mess. So that's been nice. All right, so we are looking for the Willy stamps. Get all of these things out of the way, except we maybe want these little color guys left. All right, I think it makes it a little bit easier for you guys to see too when I'm doing that, when things are a little bit cleaner. Okay, so Willy, where'd you go, Willy? I just had him a minute ago. Well, probably 2 hours ago, right? 2 hours ago I had it. Here they are. All right. So this solid set is brand new. This outline set has been around since March. So they can be used separately or they can be used in conjunction with each other. What I'm going to do for my title, the word fridge, I'm not going to spell out refrigerator. I call it a fridge, not a refrigerator in our house. So it's the fridge. I am going to first stamp solid, and then I will come back and stamp black with the outline. So I thought what I would do is I thought I would use the color Broken China. If you look at that, that is almost dead on. Broken China, I have coming, it should be here later this week. I keep using colors that I have in my personal stash, but that I don't have on the website, so coming. All right, again, brand new stamp set, haven't used it. So this is a time when it really, really, really pays off to just do the whole thing at once. I wish I could have done this ahead of time, you guys, because it would have saved us a lot of time, but there's not a lot of things like this going on right now. Lots of design, lots of packing orders, little sleep. So we'll just do it together. It goes fast, right? It goes fast. And I promise you, it's so much faster if you do this all at once, as opposed to just doing individual letters, because at some point you're going to be like, wait a minute, have I already done that? Have I used that one before? Have I cleaned that one, primed it, conditioned it before? I don't know. And then you'll just end up doing it again anyway. So take a few minutes when you get your new stamps and just condition them. This is how I condition them. You can stamp them on your arm if you want or whatever you do, but this is what I do. What do they say? I know this is bad. More than one way to skin a cat, right? I need to look that up. Like what is the origin of that? You know how all those little things have origins? Like don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know what that means is don't, there might be a good idea in there somewhere. Don't throw all the good ideas out. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That comes from way back in the day when people didn't have running water, and they'd go to the well and they would fill up like a big barrel or something with warm water, and then people would bathe, and they would bathe based on seniority. So the oldest person would bathe first, going down all the way to the youngest. So when it got down to the baby, the water was really dirty and probably not very clear. And so they'd say, don't throw the baby out with the don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because you might not know that the baby was in there because it was so dirty, right? So basically, don't throw out the good, search for the good in the bad, basically. Anyhow, I'm gonna have to go look up more than one way to skin a cat, although you probably don't want to know the answer to that one. Okay, so fridge. I am doing something a little bit different. I prefer, and this is just me, my personal style, I prefer to stamp letters individually as opposed to lining them all up on the stamping block. The reason I prefer to do that, again, this is just personal preference. You do you. Personal preference for me is I like to have my letters fairly close together when I am stamping, okay? If I line up all of my letters here, and I will go ahead and line them up anyway because I will need to use them, so I'll just line them up here. But if I line all of my letters up here, they can only get so close together because the little buffer, the little extra material around each of the stamps makes it so that I can only get them so close, okay? So I like to do them individually. Now, let's see. I'm just gonna get these lined up here. Even though I'm not gonna do it on there. I needed to pull them all out anyway. All right, so fridge. Oh, that's a B. Lael, that's a B. That's clearly the no sleeping. The sleeping is affecting A, B, D. Oh my gosh, I had a panic attack for a minute. I'm like, oh my gosh, where's the D? Did I forget the D? That would be horrible. Wouldn't that be horrible if you come out with a new stamp set and you forget one of the letters? So I think it might be kind of fun to alter them a little bit like that. So I've got some different height and things. All right, but I'm not doing it on there. I'm doing it on here individually. And I need to test these to make sure everything looks good, right? Make sure it all looks good. Even if you're not working with a brand new stamp set, maybe you've been using this stamp set for 3 years. You should still always test because you never know when you might have a little piece of hair or lint or dirt or something in your on the stamp that will affect the stamped impression. I'm just stamping a couple of times so I can get familiar with the pressure and how I need to apply the pressure there. Lots of F's. Okay, so now, however, because I don't have them all lined up like this, I don't exactly know where I want to stamp. So what I will do, I'm going to put that about right there, and I'll just make a little mark with my pencil that the F wants to start probably about right here-ish, right? About right there. Whoopsie. We'll go right there. So that is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down. So I'm about right here is where I want to put my F. So it's a little bit of a way to cheat. I lined them up there, even though I'm not going to stamp them all there, because then it helps me to know where to place that guy, my little first guy. I am going to pull out my pencil board. Pencil board is, I'll have to re-ink that in a minute because now it is, you know what? Did I dry those off? I don't remember if I dried those off or not. Sorry. Pencil board. Pencil board is a fancy name for something flat that you put under something else so you have a flat surface to write on or stamp on in this case. Even though this is all flat here, because I'm ending the insert, my pages are getting a little bit wonky underneath. They're just not really laying flat. So if I put my pencil board underneath, now I have a flat surface to do my stamping on. So I'm going to put that there. I'm gonna put that little guy, let me put this here and see if that does anything. All right, I need to re-ink. I have quite a few different sized, I'm gonna pull this back a little bit. I have quite a few different size stamping blocks in my arsenal of tools. Because I think it's easier to stamp when you have an appropriate size stamping block. Okay, so this smaller as opposed to this guy. If I put this stamp on this big stamping block, it's going to be a little bit harder to work with. So smaller stamp for smaller stamping block for a smaller stamp. I have someone, I don't remember who it was. Somebody asked about small size stamping block like this, kind of this little medium size, because I have the little set of the two small ones. I have something similar to this coming in this week. Okay, there's the F. Now, here's the thing, you guys. When you stamp, especially if you're stamping with alphabet stamps, it's going to take a little bit longer, right? I mean, that's just, it is. It's just going to take a little bit longer. So that, in your mind, could be a potential downside of using alphabet stamps, because you obviously have to stamp every single letter independently. Well, that's what I'm doing. You don't have to do that, but I am stamping every single letter independently. Takes a little bit more time. But with stamps, alphabet stamps, well, any stamps, I guess, you can decide what color you want, right? You never run out. You are never going to run out of a color. You're never going to run out of a broken china colored R because you are creating it. So you can make them any color you want. Your only limitation is your stamping ink color. You can make them any color you want and you never run out. But it does take a little bit more time, right? So sometimes I'll use alphabet stickers because it will take a lot less time with alphabet stickers than it does stamps. But I can guarantee you I don't have this color alphabet sticker. So, and if I did, I'd probably be out of the R's and the E's because those seem to go fast, right? All right, so the Willy Alpha, while I'm stamping, Willy Alpha, collaboration with my friend Christine, Pop Daisy Art. They're all hand-drawn. Okay, so she hand drew this alphabet. I said, Christine, I love your style, and I would like alphabet stamps. So hand drew, and it was a really fun process because she just drew. Oh, that wasn't an I. Guess what? That's an exclamation point. That's all right. That's an exclamation point. There are my little eyes. But she hand drew, and so she hand drew like 20 A's and 20 B's and 20 C's, or whatever it was. And then would go back and I'd print out the sheet because she was hand drawing on a sheet. She'd send it to me, print it out, and then look at them all, and then circle the one I wanted. And it was a very fun process. But they're all hand drawn. Her writing, all hand drawn, so it's kind of fun. Fridge. Okay. So the solid set that I'm using is one of the brand new stamp sets. And then I will come in after I do this and do the outline version on top. So the outline version has been around since March, my March release. And prior to having the solid version, I would I'd stamp out the outlined version, and then I would color in with, I'd color it in, and then it would look like solid and outline. But now that I have the solid version, I don't have to do that anymore. All right, so here we go. Last one. Whoopsie. I keep running my head into the camera because I have to kind of get close. Scrappy. Oh, I get it. Scrappy. And P is in like the vegetable P. Scrappy Happy said, I agree. This one is gorgeous. I think it's very fun. Yeah, she's very talented. I love it. Let's see. I got to back up for a minute. Let's back up. Oh, look at all these things I missed. Oh, my heavens. You guys are having a chat. I love that. I love that. So I'm going to just fast forward. Colors of the paper in this kit are beautiful. It's been added to my list of needs. Haha, right? Hey Summer, it's a good one. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, this is fun. Sarah said, actually, with my dad's family during the Depression on the farm, the kids went first, then his mom, and last his dad. He always used to say that the water for his poor dad was cold and dirty, right? Exactly. Hi, Scrap. Oh, okay, Scrappy Happy. Yes. Hi. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I was talking to earlier and then moved up in the thread. You're loving the book. I love that so much. And Stefavella said, you enjoy watching the process. I love that. Okay. Stamp chamois. Yes, stamp chamois. That is what I'm using. Stamp chamois. Where did the name come from? The name Willie. Is that what we're talking about? Creative Cindy. Let me know if that's what you're asking. If you were asking where the name of the Willie Alpha came from. No, maybe you're asking somebody else, but tell me if that's what you're asking. All right, one more thing I'd like to do. I would like to do a ... The reason I am going to do a ... is because I'm not quite centered. So I need a little ... Here's a little trick. I have done this on the outlined version. So Annette, it is a standard wide size. Yes, that's correct. So it is 5 by 8.25. All right, Creative Cindy, stamp name. I'll tell that story in a minute. So that is a colon, right? That is a single stamp with 2 dots. What I did on my outlined version, which is the same thing I'm going to do here, I'm taking my scissors and I am very carefully separating those 2 stamps. So now they're 2 individual dots. Now I can still use them as a colon if I want. I just would stamp twice. But now I can use one of them as my little ... or ellipses or whatever that's called. Is that an ellipses? I don't know. All right, so there we go. I'm putting it on my little stylus and I'll ink that up. We'll just come over here to make sure we think that's going to look okay. Whoopsie, that's a big one, isn't it? All right, that works. So I will come over here and maybe we'll make them a little bit lower. ... Okay, so now it's more, my title's more evened up by doing that. All right, so Cindy asked, yes, Creative Cindy asked, where did the name come from for the Willie stamps, Willie Alpha? All right, so I'm gonna, while I'm talking, I am going to switch over to the outlined versions now, and I will stamp on top outline version. When we were working on the stamp set, it was in February, and I was in Hawaii. Well, Nick and I were in Hawaii. Nick, for his profession, his job, whatever, I say has to, but not has to, gets to, part of his territory is Hawaii. So we are very fortunate enough to, every February, we are in Hawaii for a week to 10 days, which is an amazing perk. So we were in Hawaii, and my mode would always be, one of the guys that works for Nick and his wife would always be there with us. So we would all get up early in the morning. We would get on our walking clothes. We would go walk to Starbucks. We'd have coffee. We'd walk a couple miles, and then we'd come back to the hotel. The guys would get ready for their trade show or whatever they were doing. And then Amy and I sometimes would go walk again, or sometimes we'd go to the gym or whatever. And then each of us would go back to our respective rooms and kind of freshen up or clean up or whatever, because we were all sweaty, and then get all of our clothes on to go out to the pool or go shopping or whatever we were going to do. So really quickly, I'm taking the outline, or kind of the negative version. Now I need to find where that F is, where all those little F's are. Where did they go? Oh, here they are. Just so I can test that on top, right? I can test on top, and I'll clear blocks so I can see exactly where I'm putting it. Now that one was a little bit offset, so I didn't mean for it to be offset. If I want it to be offset, I could. Let's try that again. There we go. So there, now it lines up perfectly. So I kind of actually like the offset look a little bit better than I like that look. So we'll just see what happens. That is what I'm going to do now with the rest of my letters while I am talking. I'm using that same black ink again. That VersaFine Claire, that one. I think that's okay if I put that there. So I am in between. We've not met to go out to the pool yet. And I'm doing a little bit of work. And I'm on the phone with Amy. And Amy is a friend of mine that I've known for many years through the scrapbooking industry. And she does some work for me part-time. And so she and I are on the phone and we're looking at the stamps and what about this one and what do you like this A better than this B or whatever. So we're going through that whole process and we're like, we get it finalized and we're like, okay, we think we're ready. We think it's ready to now, move up to the stamp manufacturer to be produced. And I'm like, oh, we need a name. We need a name, right? It has to have a name. And so looking out the window, beautiful, beautiful, like crystal clear, beautiful day. Sunny, not a cloud in the sky, beautiful, like Caribbean looking ocean. You know what I mean when you get the colors like that? Just beautiful. And, I thought that was going to happen. So we got to stop. We have to stop because I noticed something that happened. Sorry, you guys keep seeing the top of my head. I noticed something that happened. I have a little black fingerprint right there. I'm not worried about that because as I start writing, that will cover up. You won't even see it. So then I looked at my hand and I noticed that I had black on my hand. And then that's when I noticed I had that there. So we have to stop. I need to grab a wipe and I need to clean my hands because I don't want black fingerprints, right? Don't want black fingerprints and then also do not want that. This is a prime example of why I'm so glad that I am using the little map that I'm using. Terry, who's not here today, she emailed earlier and said that she wasn't going to be able to make it to watch, but a number of weeks ago, right after I kind of got my new room all ready, I was on a Saturday and I was using like a black and white striped mat here and she said, oh my gosh, you should go to Ikea. Ikea has these great large, I don't know, this is probably 2 feet, maybe 2 feet, 2.5 feet by 18 inches or something. Semi-transparent mats, and that's what I'm using. So that totally just saved my my counter here because that would have not probably fared well on that white honed surface. Okay, so back to the story. By the way, if you've ever taken a class with me in person, this is what it's like because the stories take sometimes a really long time to tell because we got work to do, right? We got to deal with things as they happen. All right, so I am looking out at the ocean and it's just beautiful. And I'm like, okay, we need a name. And literally I watched a whale come out of the water. Oopsie, almost did that the wrong way. Watched a whale come out of the water in the distance and I'm like, oh my gosh, I know what the name is for this stamp set. Guess what it is? Willie, you get it? Remember Free Willy? Free Willy, the whale, the movie? About the orca, I think, that was in the like SeaWorld or whatever. Free Willy. Yes, so that's why it's called Willy, because I saw a whale in the distance. All right. D, here we go. D. Let's see what we're saying here. Hi, Cindy. Nice to see you. I love this. Look at this. Scrappy Happy said, hey, Bev. Fancy meeting you here. I love that you guys are seeing each other like friends. You're like, oh my gosh, look it. Oh, there's a great story about that. Okay, another story as I'm just stamping away here. So I didn't test those. We're going to go rogue here, friends. I got to pull this back down towards me. I apologize. You're going to see my head again, but I need to have this in a spot where I can see it. Okay, there we go. Oh yes, so I was teaching at the 3 Craft Chicks retreat earlier this month up in Spokane. And it was the coolest thing. There were a number of things that happened. Number one, Gabby, I think it was Gabby and Rosemary, had been friends. and had both found me from totally different places. Like didn't know that they both didn't know that they both knew me, like this way, right? And so one day they're both on a Saturday and they're watching and they're in the chat, and either Gabby said something and Rosemary's like, wait a minute, hold on, you know Lale? And I think it was in the chat, or maybe it was in an event or something. Anyhow, it was very funny because they were friends and then both realized that they had me in common. So that was very cool. And then, and they were both at this event. So I think they told me that story there. So I thought that was really fun. Then there's another fun story with Gabby. Gabby said, I'm not sure how it all came about, but what ended up happening was Deborah. So Deborah, you guys may recognize her name here when she's in the chat, is Beach Gal. Beach Gal. And so Devra, not Deborah, Devra. Deborah was also at that event, and we hadn't met in person before, and I loved it because she came and introduced herself, and it was so nice to meet her in person, and she's a lovely, lovely, lovely woman. And somehow, I don't remember how, I hooked Deborah and Gabby up. So they had a nice conversation. They both, again, had kind of this in common. They didn't know each other, but they had this kind of listing and, being with me in common. So that was kind of fun. All right. Now I need my little dots. So here's my little dots that I had separated, my colon that I had separated. Oh, that sounds odd, my separated colon. Yes, no, my colon is in fine form, as far as I know. What did you do today? Oh, I watched this lady on YouTube and she was doing stamping and then she was talking about her colon. Yeah. All right. So here's my little ones. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So there we go. That 2-step process, right? Prior to that new Willie Alpha stamp set, what I would have done in the past would have been stamped with the black and then taken a marker or a colored pencil and then colored in those letters. So just kind of fun, right? Kind of fun. Definitely takes a little bit of time, right? But that's the fun part because you can customize, basically get whatever you want. Okay. So we are done with our stamping. Where is the sheet? Oh, there it is. We're done with our stamping. We are done with Willie Alpha. And then we'll work on our list. Let's get these out of the way. Let's get our perpetual calendar out of the way. So both those are shipping now. And I also have Willie Alpha in a bundle. And the bundle is, I don't remember what, like 15% off or more if you buy both of them. Because I can do that. Where's my eraser? Where's my eraser? Oh, here it is. Okay, I need to erase my little mark here. I have an idea. I am going to try to get that little fingerprint off. This I had not heard of. Where is it? Where the heck? It's supposed to be in there. Well, hang on. Let me look for one of my little tools that's supposed to be in there. And it's not like there's anyone else in my house that I can blame. I can't say, Sam, why didn't you put my sand eraser back? Because he's not in any of my craft things. Where's my sand eraser? Okay, hang on. Oh, that's a long way down. All right, friends, I need to find that. So actually what I'm going to do very quickly, let's take a hydration break. And I'm going to run downstairs and grab another one. So take a hydration break. I will be right back. Okay, just saw the funniest thing. So downstairs is where I run the non-design part of my business. Okay, so upstairs is where I do all this in design. Downstairs is where all the product is, orders, and all that. So downstairs, there's a lot of product down there right now. There are a lot of December documented kits, which means there's a lot of album boxes. Reggie is on the top of a stack of boxes that have all of the albums in them. It's probably 5 feet tall, and he is sleeping at the very top. Whew, okay, I ran out of breath. I ran down the stairs and back up again. Okay. So what I went to grab is a sand eraser. Now, one of you guys turned me onto this. I did not know this was a thing. So sand eraser, and these I have on the website. The particular one I have on the website is for ink. So it's an eraser, but it's gritty. So it's gritty, and you can take it and kind of erase. I should have showed you it before so you could see. You probably couldn't see it before. So there it is, but it literally just erased that black fingerprint that I had on there because there's abrasive, a little sand in the eraser. So it's abrasive and it just erased that right off. Yay! Okay, so now our list. I need to write always in the. We'll go right up there. Always in the fridge. Always in the. Okay, always in the. I don't know why I put a period there. All right, now I'm going to do a little separator with my ruler. So the ruler works as a ruler also. Obviously, but you saw me do over here the little line up the letter stickers with it. Okay, there we go. There's my little separator. Always in the fridge. Now, before I do anything, I want to make sure I leave room down here for the date. Super important, I think, to date your lists because we talked earlier, this is somewhat of a time capsule, right? Because what's always in our fridge now in August of 2023, totally different than what was in our fridge maybe 10 years ago or 5 years from now or next year or what have you. So I always try to date all of our lists. So I think, let's see what we have here. It's a date stamp set. This was part of the June release. Yeah. So let's see what we might want to do here. I need something that's a little bit wider. Let's just do that one that says today. I think that will work great, the little today. Now I've already primed this or conditioned it from when I first used it, so I don't need to do that. Use a little smaller one. When you have a stamp like that, most stamps you want to be straight, right? Instead of trying to do that and get it straight, now I purposefully made it like that. Sometimes it's easier to lay your stamp out on your work surface like that, and then pick it up with the block. Now I'm gonna have to get under here. I apologize, you guys have to keep looking at the top of my head. But then I can use the line that is part of the block to make sure that that is straight. I can usually get it a little bit straighter that way than the other way. All right, so let's make this. We'll make this. We'll make it black because then I'll write in black too. So let's do that. Let's see. There we go. Today, and then I will write the date on there. I'm gonna bring this back in again. That pencil board, especially if you are working on the opposite page, and we'll get there when we move to our next list. But when you're stamping on something that's already happened prior. Ooh, boy, Lil. When you're stamping on something that's already, something's already happened underneath it. So let's say I was doing this list right here. It's much better, makes it much easier to stamp if I have my pencil board right there, because if I'm trying to stamp right here, I have all this stuff that's then getting in the way, and it may interfere with my stamped impression. So, well, especially if it's more on this side, but you also have all the bulky underneath here. So that's what a pencil board's for. We need this little guy because I just noticed that I have a little black here. All right, so now we are ready. I guess I'll write this down. This really is August 26th, right? Okay. Alrighty, so now we're ready for our list, and I need bullets. Did I clean this off yet? I need little bullets because this is going to be a run-on list. I would say most of my lists that I do are run-on lists. Yeah. Most of the lists that I do are run-on lists as opposed to like bulleted lists. So this is a bulleted list, right? Just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or just your little, list that way. This is going to be a run-on, so I'm just going to write and then use a bullet stamp in between each of those little things on my list. So I'm curious, friends, what's always in your fridge? Okay, what is always in your fridge? Even if you're not listing with me, what would always be in your fridge? Stefavella, you are amazing. You are crafting and telling us a story and telling us about the products you're using. How do you do that? Stefavella, I've been doing it for a long time, but that's also why sometimes I get really scatterbrained because I'm trying to do 3 things at once. And thank you, by the way. But sometimes I am trying to do too many things at once and my brain can't like handle all those things at once. And so then I lose thought or I do something wrong or whatever. Let's see. Scrappy Happy said, I loved your airplane story from the treat. That was a 3-hour class, you guys. I told one story in 3 hours. I mean, it took 3 hours to tell the story because I had to drag it out because, well, it didn't take 3 hours. It probably took 2 because I had to keep teaching at the same time. So sometimes if it's a long story, it takes a long time to tell it. But that's my secret and how I get people to pay attention the whole time because they want to hear the end of the story. All right, I'm going to grab another color. I'm going to grab mustard seed. I think mustard seed we will use. Okay, mustard seed is probably going to be very close to that color. Let's look. I tell you, Melissa, Pretty Little Studio, love the color choices or the color palette that she used in this collection. It's like she made it so easy. If we wanted to use that's close. That's close enough. Our distress inks, then really easy to find matching colors, right? Or coordinating colors. Okay, so let's grab out our bullet stamps. So I'm going to grab 2 sets of bullet stamps and we'll see what we want to use. We have Bullets and More. That was the OG, the original set of bullet stamps, and then Bullets and More 2. So Bullets and More 2, we have lots more, additional options, right? So let me look. I think we have, yes, this will be fun. I have all these little food icons along the bottom, food bullet stamps. So I think I'll just use a whole bunch of different food bullet stamps. There's a little washi on there. How about that? So we'll start with a hamburger. We're just going to go left to right, and that'll make it really easy because then I'll just repeat. So we'll start with this little hamburger. Now, no, hamburgers are not always in our fridge. Putting that on the end of the stylus. Here's something. I need to grab my other stylus because I will show you this. When you have a little bullet stamp, so this is a little hamburger, right? Little hamburger. I want to make sure that my hamburger is lined up when I stamp it. I don't want it to be scawampus, right? So I have just taken one of my own personal little sticker. This is not part of the stylus, but that little sticker right there. I put it at the bottom of the stylus so that I can, because this is so tall, I can't see the stamp before I stamp it. As long as I'm making sure that that little sticker is straight, then I know my little hamburger will be straight because that's how I lined that hamburger up. All right. That's a little tip. I didn't come up with that. Martine did. I loved that when she shared that in the Facebook group because we were asking. Somebody asked that in a live, and I'm like, I don't know, that's a great question. Mine are usually just skimwampus. And then she posted a couple days later and said, hey, I wanted to let you know I found a solution for this. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's great. Okay, there's my little hamburger. Look at little hamburger. You can even see barely, there's little seeds on top. Okay, here we go. Starting out with my hamburger. There's my hamburger. What is always in our fridge? The number one thing, and everyone in my house, well, Nick, knows that there absolutely has to be creamer in the fridge at all times or there's going to be problems. So coffee creamer. Coffee creamer. It is plain. No flavor. Cannot run out. Like cannot run out. Okay, that's if you drink coffee and you have coffee creamer, then you know that just you can't run out. That is like, I'd rather have backup. Have too many than not enough. We have a fridge in the garage that's like backup. Well, Nick and the boys call it the beer fridge, but it has, beer and soda and all kinds of things in it like that. But there's generally always an extra creamer in there because if I run out, it's bad. It is bad. Okay, so let's see what else we have, friends. Let's see. Oh, Anne said that's what cats do, the highest spot. So true, right? Wrap it up in the microcloth. Oh, did I? I don't know. I think we're talking about the eraser. I don't know. It'll show up somewhere, right? It'll show up somewhere. All right, next up, I have this cute little lemon. Oh my gosh, look it. Okay, this is the difference between a photopolymer stamp. Generally, photopolymer stamps are made in the US and an acrylic stamp. Generally made in China. Photopolymer stamps, much higher quality, more expensive than acrylic stamps. Look at the detail on that little teeny tiny like citrus slice. Can you see that? I mean, I've got it hopefully up to the camera because I'm on a little bit of a delay. So hopefully you can see that. I don't know. By now, can you see it? I mean, oh, you couldn't. Sorry, you're looking at my funny sketch. Hang on. I'm just a little bit of a delay, friends. Oh my gosh, come on, Lael. And then it's gonna be blurry. All right, just bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Oh my gosh, come on, where is it? I know, and then it's funny because people that watch later will be like, we can't see it, we can't see it. Well, anyhow, there it is. Jeez Louise. Okay, there it is. Do you see? That's detail on that little teeny tiny stamp. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's so cute. I love the lemon one. The lemon one is one of my favorites, or citrus, because I guess if you made it green, then it could be. If you made it green, it could be a lime, or if you made it orange, it could be an orange, or pink, it could be a grapefruit. All right. What's in our fridge? Fresh salsa and our pico de gallo. Yum. Zucchini and carrots, ketchup and mayo, milk, cheese, eggs, condiments, popcorn seasoning, jelly, baby carrots, onion, potatoes, apples, romaine lettuce, half and half for morning coffee, yogurt, Cassie said it was so interesting how you drug the story out and pretty funny too. It was a funny story. Pizza and onion rings. Oh, I like it, Karen. I love it. Always in your fridge. Sour cream, butter, plain coffee creamer, dairy free. Oh yes, it is plain coffee creamer. It is dairy free. I think it's dairy free. It is just the coffee mate. It's just the regular no flavor coffee mate. Okay. I drink flavored coffee beans, but no flavored coffee creamer. Like hazelnut flavored coffee, like they just like they waved a hazelnut over the coffee. So it's not sweet, it's not flavor, but it has, essence of whatever. Okay, next one is eggs. Eggs, always. Always. For breakfast or dinner, right? for breakfast or dinner, like omelets for dinner or something like that, but we always have eggs. Always, always, always. Okay, oh yeah, I need this guy next. Let's see, what is next? I guess I'm down here again because I don't have room. This is my little, there's a lemon. Little lemon. Not a lemon slice, but like an actual lemon. Karen says no coffee allowed in her place. She doesn't drink it, and her cats sure don't need it. They need their sleep. I know. Cats sleep like 20 hours a day. It's crazy. Scrappy Happy is also not a coffee drinker. Let's see. Lisa, olives, eggs, spinach, cream, Cokes or orange crush, spring mix, salad, baby carrots. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, eggs, cheese. The best. Cheese is the best. I love cheese. So we have, let's see. Shredded orange. I get cheddar, right? Shredded orange. That would be cheddar, Lael. Shredded orange cheddar. We have the little orange cheese. They're just like pre-cut, like little 1 ounce slices. I don't even know what that is. That's fine, whatever. And then we always have Parmesan, grated Parmesan. And that, great on salads. That's usually what. All right, so moving along, here's a little apple. We have baby carrots. Baby carrots, always. Baby carrots. And they're usually large bags full. Because they're just such a good, easy snack, right? Easy, healthy snack. Yes, so that's always a good one. Baby carrots. And then, and it could be freezer too. So like if I was doing this a long time ago, like when our kids are little, Dino Nuggets would be on there. Remember like the Costco Dino Nuggets? They would be on there because we always had those. Okay, here's a little coffee one. I'm not going to use the coffee one because the coffee one is not really food. All right, what's after coffee? Oh, that's another drink. Here's a piece of pie. Wish we had pie in there all the time. That would be bad though. No pie. No pie always in the fridge. All right, next up we have, white wine. White wine. Now, technically, it's in the wine fridge. Right, it's technically in the wine fridge, so that's cheating a little bit. And it's either usually Sauvignon Blanc and Chardonnay. Those are the two whites that are usually they're always in the fridge. We don't ever, this is a double negative. We don't ever not have wine. We always have wine. Always, always, always have wine. Nancy said you can always do something with eggs, right? Karen said Chobani flips, Ms. L sparkling water, unsalted butter, Ms. L, Pepsi, although trying to break that habit, pepper jack cheese, tortillas. Tabitha said eggs, orange juice, butter, cheese, bacon, pickled jalapenos. Oh, Tabitha, I love pickled jalapenos. I love them. They're so good. Have you ever had pickled jalapenos on pizza? Like you get pizza, like if you order, if you do delivery pizza or bring pizza home or something, pickled jalapenos from a jar on pizza. So good. So, so good. I do have those in the fridge. Okay. Next up we have ketchup. Ketchup, and I'm not spelling it like catsup. I wonder what the origin is, catsup versus ketchup, right? C-A-T-S-U-P. I don't know what catsup is versus ketchup, if there's a difference. There's a little birthday cake stamp. Ketchup, barbecue sauce. I am a big sauce person. Whoops, barbecue sauce. I'm a big sauce person. I eat meat, but sometimes I have a hard time with it. Now, I don't eat like sauce on steak. Well, if it's filet, I don't eat sauce on steak, but filet is like the only kind of steak I like because just the rest of it, I don't know, I just have weird issues. But chicken, oh my gosh, you'd have to tie me down to have me eat a plain chicken breast. So issues with meat, and so that's how I get over them is by putting sauce on it. So always condiments like that. Butter, always butter. Always, always, always butter, right? Gotta have butter. You never know when you might need butter. So if you guys are listing, and if you're not, even just if you're thinking, like how has this changed from what would be in your fridge like 10 years ago? Like if I was doing this when I was in college, my gosh, what would even been in there? I don't even remember, right? Things just change so much. And this is like a true test of, or a true written like sentiment of how things change. Let's see. Frozen pizza, sausage, and deer meat in the freezer. All right. Taco stuff, quick and easy. Yep, fixing to make tacos or burritos. What's a fridge? I missed part of that, I think. Lemon water, oat milk, cheese, baby carrots, leftovers from a restaurant dinner, Chinese delivery. Very good, Sarah. Scrappy Happy said, I had so much fun today. Love your listing lives. Don't always make it to the live, but love replays. Keep up your creative listing. Thank you. I enjoy it. As I was running down the stairs, you guys, to get the sand eraser, I have to tell you, I was so happy. And I know that sounds funny, but this time of year for my business is insane. There's so much work, and there's so much design work, and there's so much writing instructions, and there's so much shipping orders that it's crazy. And for me to take a day like today and just do this and be creative for the sake of being creative, right? I'm not having to design a project. It is so freeing for me. I can't even tell you. So I am just so much enjoying what we're doing today. So thank you for letting me do it. Now we're 3 hours in and we're on our second list. It's all good, right? It is all good. Sarah said, my mother always had copious amounts of eggs, butter, and bacon for dad. Okay, keep going. After we have butter, pickles, but it's not everyday pickles. Sweet pickles. They call them butter chips, butter pickles. And sweet relish. Okay, it's all the sweet. None of the dill. I mean, I like dill, don't get me wrong, but the pickles, I like those kind of pickles. All right, moving right along. Next up on the list is salsa. But it's two kinds of salsa. It is the Trader Joe's Pepita salsa. And Newman's Own salsa. Paul Newman's. I think it's called Newman's Own, right? Paul Newman salsa. I just like that salsa. Okay, here we go. We're getting close, you guys. Arugula. Always, always, always have arugula because I have salad, at least one salad every day. And I like arugula. And then arugula is very good with eggs. Very good with eggs. And also, arugula is good on pizza too. Put on pizza with balsamic glaze on top of it. Very good. Yeah, arugula. And garlic. Always garlic. There's always garlic in the fridge. Right? Always garlic in the fridge because garlic is one of those just good to have. Good to have. Garlic. Oh no, that's the coffee. We don't want to do the coffee. We're back to the pie again. So we're just using the heck out of these little bullet stamps. Garlic. We always have salad dressing. There's always salad dressing in the fridge. Because, at least one salad every day, so there has to be salad dressing. I feel like we need a little guy here. And we'll put it here too. So garlic. Oh no, I did garlic twice. Oh well. That's funny. We'll just own it, right? Garlic. And garlic twice. That's all right. Salad dressing. Let's try that one again. Salad dressing. And just a couple more. Just a couple more. No, that guy's got to go there. Salad dressing. Bacon. And one more after that. So let me just do these last little guys. So salad dressing, bacon. Gosh, I love bacon. And then always has to be in the fridge. And this is another one of those everyone in the family knows not to drink the last one. Coke. Little mini Cokes, and they're in the beer fridge in the garage because sometimes if I get a migraine, that is one of the only things that will help get rid of it with my Imitrex, my prescription medicine. There we go. Okay, there's my list. All done. All done. All done. One more thing I think I need to do really quickly. So what I'm going to do is put these guys away. Because I don't want, you want to put your, if you have little bullet stamps, you want to put them away right away because they're so small, they will escape. So put them away right away. I probably am getting to the point where I need to clean off the backs of all those very soon. So they will continue to stick. Okay, so now one more thing I said, oh yes, that I wanted to do. I am going to do a double outline here. I just feel like I need a little bit more. So I'm going to make another little outline, my ruler, where the first one was. And what I can do, I will look to see if I have, hang on. Let's look. I have not swatched these yet, so I'm going to take a colored pencil and try to find a blue that might be kind of similar. Let's see if that would be it. Maybe. Aha, well, I don't know, maybe. Let me just see because I want to, I think that's gonna be way too, oh yeah, no, that's too teal. I think that one's it. Okay, so what I want to do, last thing I want to do here is I'm going to make it so that this isn't so stark. Okay, so that's not so stark. And all I'm going to do is take my pencil and I am going to, I'll bring that up to the camera when I'm done. So I am just writing over what I had originally written with black pen, my Sharpie. Now I'm writing over that with colored pencil. And then I'm going to fill in that little space there. Okay, so there. Now it looks like it kind of all blends together. All right. So I took my little pencil, I had originally written always in the, and I wrote over the top of that with my colored pencil. Oh gosh, sorry you guys, again, it's coming down. Oh, hang on, it's coming, I apologize. It is not easy, I won't even explain why, but it's not easy for me to see until I see it and I'm about 15 seconds behind. What I see, the view I see is about 15 seconds behind what you guys see. So that's why so many times I show it to you and then you can't see it. Because I don't realize you can't see it until I can see it, and then I realize I can't see it. Okay, so that is our second list, and we are going to keep going. Even though I should be working on the Halloween mini book project kit, I'm not, because I want to do this instead. we're going to get going. We have 2 more lists. 2 more lists. All right, let's look at the chat really quickly. Bread and butter pickles. There we go. That's right, Jackie. Bread and butter pickles. I was missing something there. Karen said, I don't trust people who don't like bacon. Let's see. Karen said she finished fridge list a couple of minutes ago. Just need to pick print it in place to make it a nice 2-page spread. Karen, that's a great idea. So if you are one who you really want your pages to always be, your list to always be 2 pages, you could go to the kitchen and take a picture of the fridge. Open it up and take a picture of the fridge. Now that tells a story, right? You can do your list with photos, but you don't have to do photos. But if I took a picture of the inside of the fridge and put it here, what a story that would tell, right? So great idea. Kathy, you always have Chick-fil-A sauce. Well, yeah, now because you can buy it in a bottle, right? You can buy Chick-fil-A sauce like at the grocery store. Love Chick-fil-A sauce. I love Chick-fil-A sauce. One time, I found a recipe on how you could make it. Yeah, don't even bother. It doesn't taste anything like it. Didn't taste anything. I mean, I guess in a pinch, it kind of tasted like it, but not really. All right, let me get, I'm not going to use Hey Summer anymore today. So let me just get it out of the way. So bear with me for a second while I get all of these things out of the way. Where's the, Oh, I know. I did not have it in a container yet. We'll just put it on here. All right, get these things out of the way, and we are ready for our next list. Our next list is, I know what I was going to do. Let me just try something here, guys. Remember this? Remember this? And Peggy, I think Peggy had said, hey, you know what? You could still use that. And I said, I know, when I get the ink out, we'll try something. So I'm going to do something really quick. We'll just play, okay? We will just try it for 1 second. Hang on. Where are we? I will get out Broken China, since we just used that one, Broken China. And I need my little okay. So, since I want to ink this, I guess there's a couple of different ways I could do this. I could probably try to just do it this way, but I think that might be kind of messy. So I'm going to take my little foam blending tool handle, and I'm going to take the little Broken China. I don't like to get my fingers dirty. So I'm take my little Broken China dome. So I had taken all my little foam blending tools, foam blending things, and inked them up with their correct color, and not correct color, but inked them up with each of the colors I have, and then stamped a little circle, and then also stamped on the inside, and then that's how I store my little guys. That is a product on my website. The not already stamped for you, but the little storage things. And those are linked in the what I'm using. All right, so all I'm doing is I'm taking that little tool, and I am in a circular motion, rubbing that on the ink pad to pick up some ink. And I'm just going to do this. So again, this was the layer of the 23 chipboard that I just peeled off, right? So because I wanted it to be a little bit thinner. I didn't want it to be as thick. All right, so if I wanted that to be totally solid, I could keep kind of working at that for a while. But look at, I think it was Peggy. That was a great idea. Okay, look at it. So there it is. There's my little 23. So that was what I had peeled off the back. I peeled off some of those chipboard layers off the back. So I would, it would not be so thick in my insert. And now I have another 23 that I could use. Sorry, again, partially off the camera. There we go. All right, so now, just want to make sure I don't have ink on that. Let's put that right over there. Okay, so there's our little experiment. It works. It totally worked. It's kind of like 2 for the price of 1. You get the black 23 that we were using before, and then you get the I don't know, the part that we peeled off. All right. Okay, so our next list. Our next list is, let me look. Where's my list of lists? Oh, here we go. Oh yes. Okay, the next one is also going to be a single page list. This is an anti-bucket list, okay? An anti-bucket list. So if you're not familiar with the term bucket list is something that you want to do, things that you want to do before you kick the bucket, so before you pass away. So an anti-bucket list would be things that you do not want to do. Like things that you know for certain, yeah, I'm not doing this. So that is our next list, anti-bucket list. So we'll be over here, and I will tell you as I start to get this far into an insert, generally any page that's going to be on the left, I will do off the page. So I'll create the whole list here, and then I will adhere it here, just like I did on this guy. Something happened that I knew would happen. It's very normal that this happens. That stamp, that ink, Distress Oxide, pigment-based ink, I call it a juicy ink, right? A little bit kind of wet. You will see this happen. You will end up with a little bit of ghosting or shadowing on the back side. So you can see how you see that, ghosting or shadowing on the back side. That's inevitable. There's no way to prevent that from happening. You just need to be aware of it. So I already knew when I started doing this list that this list, I would need to have a background like this. I need to have a background because I need to adhere it over the top of that. So that was very obvious for me. I knew that was going to happen because I could see it. I turn the page, I want to make a list, I can see it. Oh, I need to put something over that. What you need to be aware of is if you are stamping on this side and you have created a list directly on the page here, because the exact same thing would happen here. If I stamped fridge here and I hadn't done it here, I had another list, but I had done my list directly on the page, I would see the shadowing or ghosting right here, and it would really affect my list. So if you're stamping in your traveler's notebook, I always recommend check to see what came before. If this list was here and I also wanted to stamp here, I would go, oh, I can't do that. I better put a piece of pattern paper down or put white cardstock down so that I'm not going to interfere with this list. Okay, that's super important. Okay. Anti-bucket list. Ms. Allen said skydiving and bungee jumping, and those are both, Mrs. Allen, those are both on my list. Skydiving and bungee jumping. Yep. Nope. Not going to do it. Don't want to do it. Not going to happen. Okay, so for this list, I am going to, oh, I just had an idea. I was not planning on this, so hang on. I need to find a stamp set. For this list, I'll talk about that in a sec. We are going to use the Main Character Energy collection from Chamel. Chamel is one of the designers with American Crafts, under the American Crafts brand. And she had collections in the past and has not had collections for a while. No, I'm changing my mind. Anyhow, she released a new collection. It's called Main Character Energy. It's very fun. It's very bright and colorful and really kind of non-themey, so you can use it for a lot of different things. So what I was thinking, as I was thinking bucket list, the This Is Me stamp set. So the This Is Me stamp set has a stamp that says bucket list. And I was going to change my mind and use that. And then I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick with what I originally had planned because it will go faster. So we won't stamp on this one. We will use these guys. We're going to use those block alpha stickers. Those are from Everyday Explorers. Those are on the website. And they are on sale right now. On my website. Okay, so let's grab these things out. There are two things that just came in. Most all of the products from the main character energy collection. About half of them were in stock. They were they had not started shipping yet from American Crafts, and I just got them last week, the rest of them. So if you've already shopped from this collection, just know that the rest of the pieces are in. So here's a good give you a good feel for the collection. Just really fun, bright, cheery, not necessarily any theme to it. So I am going to use pattern paper because I need to use pattern paper, right, for my base because of my ghosting or shadowing. So let's look and see. I love that, but I won't use that because we just did rainbow in the last one. This paper pad has gold foil accents. The pink might be fun. I just need really something generic, right? So lots of generics in here. Those clouds are fun. That's fun. Let's see. Let's see what calls out to me. I don't know. I'm thinking, ooh, I love that one, but I won't use that one. Celebrate is not necessarily part of anti-bucket list, is it? Maybe I'm celebrating because those are things I'm not going to do. I think I'm going to just do that pink. Just that little pink. Where'd it go? There it is. We'll do the pink. Alrighty. So, starting with that as our base, I am going to trim this down to 4 3/4 wide, like I always do. 4 3/4 wide because then that gives me a nice even border all the way around because it's coming from a 6x8 pad and my inserts are standard wides, 5x8.25. So already I will have a 1/4 inch divided all the way around. So I will go with the 4 3/4 and then that will make it even. Hopefully that made sense with the little thing I was just saying. If not, just go with it. All right, I want to round the outside corners. I won't forget that this time. Round the outside corners. Tell me, you guys, anti-bucket list. What would be on your anti-bucket list? What are things you do not want to do? Things you do not want to do. Clean the house, no. Things that you like never want to do. I guess anti-bucket list, you could have clean the house. It's up to you. All right, so now we need our white cardstock again. Where did that go? White cardstock. White cardstock, white cardstock. I'll just get some more. Oh, here it is. Okay, white cardstock. White cardstock that I use a Nina Bright White. It does not have texture to it. Especially if you're stamping, it's important that, well, may not be important, but you probably don't want to have, textured cardstock when you're stamping because it will interfere with your stamped impression, right? Sorry, that took a while for my head to get that out. So I think I will do this 4 1/4. 4 1/4. I think we'll go a little bit less. I think we'll go to 4. So 4. And that would mean I need to make, oh, well, we won't even do the math. I'll just do this and then I'll tell you what it is. Up at 4:30 a.m. means there's no math happening in my head today. All right, so this is going to be seven and a quarter. So 4 by 7 1/4 is what that piece is when all is said and done. 4 by 7 1/4. So that will go here, and that is what I will do my list on. Oopsie. Uh-oh, out of eraser. Where did that lid go? Okay. You know what's funny, you guys? That I didn't, well, I know I did somewhat, but nowhere near as much as I do now. I talk to myself constantly, like all day, every day. Now, I work from home. My business is home. And so I'm by myself most of the time. But I talk to myself constantly all day long. I talk out loud. And I didn't always do that. I think the reason why I do that is when I am teaching virtually, when I'm doing our Saturday sessions like this, in essence, I'm talking to myself. right? So I'm talking to myself the whole time, but some of you are listening. And so I'm in the habit of always talking to myself. And I'm also in the habit of, because of that, talking through everything I'm doing. So I'm like, okay, I'm around the corners and I'm going to outline, I've got to trim this. So when I'm talking to myself at home, will be walking through the house. Okay, now I need to go to the laundry room because I should really put the clothes in the washer into the dryer. And then, oh, it's time for lunch. What do I want for lunch? And literally I am step by step, play by play, talking to myself all throughout the day. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Okay, so now what I thought I would do, I thought I would use these to do anti-bucket list. So before I start, I need to make sure I have enough letters, right? I don't want to get halfway through and go, oh shoot, I don't have enough letters. So I only need one A for anti-bucket list, so I'm good. Bucket list, I only need one B, I'm good. A-N-T, bucket list. Oh, I need 3 T's. Oh, guess what? I only have 2 T's. So that means I can do bucket list, but I can't do anti. So let's go to bucket. B, U, we're okay. C, bucket list, we're okay. K, we're okay. E, we're okay. T, oh, we already figured out we're okay. And then L, I, S, T. We're okay. So always, I recommend that you should always make sure that you have enough letters before you start. Because once you start and then you're in, then you've got to figure out a plan B. Then you have to figure out a plan B. Let's see. Pamela said, welcome to the club. We only have a problem when we hear an answer in a different voice and no one is there. Yes, right. Exactly, Pamela. Belinda said, okay, I always wondered how you turn that off. You don't. Yeah, no, I don't. You can't turn it off. I do have a bucket list stamp. Tracy. I talked about that a minute ago. It's part of the, okay, I'll pull it back out again because we'll look at it again. Maybe we can make it work. So it's this, see, it's bucket list. If I put that there and then I do anti above it, what I was worried about is it's going to take up, it is going to take up about 1/3 of my list. So it's going to take up a lot of room. Although this probably, no, this will only take up, I'm going to try these. We'll see. We will see. Okay. Now my other thing is if bucket list, okay, bucket list will not fit all the way across either, but that's okay. It's fine. We'll have bucket list on 2 lines. This will be faster too, since we're hours in. All right. So I'm using, again, lining up on the ruler. I need to get that closer to me just so I can see it better. When it's a little bit far away from me, I can't see it quite as well. Virginia said, this is a hard list for me because never say never, right? But one could be hold snakes or big spiders with my hands. Oh, yes. I have held a big snake with my hands. Years ago, sometimes I talk about this, so you might have heard this. I have a very different background. I worked for AT&T for 8 years in marketing and product development. And then left that and started a software company with 2 guys. One that I worked with, and then the other guy, I worked with his wife. We started a software company back in the early 90s. Is that right? Early 90s? It was web-based, internet-based software, which back then was like bleeding edge. I mean, it was so new. Anyhow, so I did that. I don't even know where I was going with this now. Oh yeah, big, holding big snakes. Now I remember. When I was doing that, the software, it was software for a sector of the insurance industry. And they had huge trade shows. I mean, huge trade shows. And all of the big insurance companies would, they'd have booths there and they would want people to come to their booths. So they always had like certain entertainment that you might want to see at the booth or at, a big party they were having or something. So one year Mutual of Omaha was one of the insurance companies, so they were always there. Now, Mutual of Omaha, if you did not know, they used to have a TV show called The Wild Kingdom. Well, they didn't have it, they sponsored it. Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. Okay. And I think it was on like Sunday nights, I want to say. And so Mutual of Omaha at the trade shows would always have some very exotic animals. Now, not like big animals, but they'd have very exotic animals. And you could come to the booth and have your picture taken with the animal. And this was not Merle. No, who was the guy? Merlin, the original gray-haired guy. Yes, Marlon Perkins. Thank you, Sarah. Marlon Perkins was the original guy. The next guy was a guy who kind of looked like Tom Selleck. So big mustache, really dark hair, nice looking man. So he was the guy. And one of the animals they had at this trade show was this big, enormous snake. Like literally like this round, like so round. It was huge and it was yellow and it was really long. And so I am very afraid of snakes. I do not like snakes. And I thought, I'm going to take a picture with a snake because our boys, Jack and Sam, they were probably, I don't know, maybe like 5 and 8 or something at the time. I thought they are going to think their mom is so cool. If I come home with this photo of me holding the snake, I'm going to be like, they're going to think I'm so cool. So I bring home I do it with the snake and, you know, it's around my neck and I'm holding it in my arms and take a photo, bring home the photo, and I show it to the boys. And Sam's like 5, so who knows what he said, but Jack's like, oh. And I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, that's pretty awesome. Your mom's holding this snake. And he's like, yeah, whatever, Mom. So yeah, that's my story of holding snakes, Virginia. Grace said, still laughing about you talking to yourself. I know we're talking about the anti, where the anti goes. I think I'm just going to do right anti up there. Oh, I know what I could do. I could use a different alphabet sticker. So let's think about that for a minute. Okay, I'm going to let that kind of brew for a minute. I'm going to let that just kind of seep in and think what I'm going to do there. All right, I'm going to do just a little bit of decorating. So this is going to be a pretty simple list. I've pulled out stickers from Main Character Energy. I don't know where I'll have to ask Jamal. I don't know where that came from. I have these guys are layered stickers, so I probably won't use the layered stickers because as fun as they are, they're going to have a little dimension to them, and I probably don't want dimension. I think we're going to go to the die cuts. Let's see what we have with the die cuts. I think these must have just come in because otherwise they'd be out of their package. This must have been one of the things that was back ordered or hadn't shipped yet. Hang on. Let me get a tray so I can just spread these out so I can see them so I know what to use. Now, anti-bucket list, I'll just put whatever I want on here, right? I'm not looking for something that's anti or... Isn't that cute? The little clouds with the rain. I am the main character in this story. I am, right? I for sure am the main character in this story. I mean, actually, I could probably use that. Do your thing or don't do your thing, right? I mean, do your thing. That works. Do your thing would totally work. Let me look at, let's see those so far. Maybe. You make me smile. Every picture tells a story. All right, those were the top ones. Let's get the bottom ones out. Kathy, go to Mexico. So on your anti-bucket list is go to Mexico, yeah? You've been there, done that. You've no desire to go again, yeah? Jackie said, I had a friend who had a boa and we were in scouts. I always had to walk around with a snake around my neck. No problems with snakes. That's funny. Use the main character. I know, I think that's this one, right? Main character in the story. I think that's kind of fun. I think that is kind of fun. Do what you love. That would also work. Do what you love. Don't do what you don't love, right? Joyful. These are fun. Okay, be yourself. Oh my gosh, look at these little guys. How fun are those? The sun and the flower just running along. All right, I think I'm going to do that. I am the main character of this story because that's true, right? So I think what I will do is if we do that, and then if we put this kind of down here along the bottom, like that, and then we will, where is my, oh, there it is. I need my little glue pen here. Okay. And pop that over. We'll put this, oh, before I do that, I'm probably gonna have to add a little bit more to that. What if we do this? Washi. I think that, let's look at the washi here. Because it's kind of plain down here. But if we put something, I don't know, let's see what this one might look like. This fun rainbow. Let's see what that looks like. Don't do what you don't love. Yes, exactly. Oh, Lisa, I love that. Lisa said, I believe Shamel came up with the main character energy because you are the main character and bring the energy in all the stories you tell. Oh, that is so smart. I love that. Okay, let's see what that looks like. There we go. It just right. It just needed a little bit of color. Just needed a little bit of color. I am the main character in this story. Okay, that fun rainbow. All right, rainbow stripe. So now I still have my anti up here. I've got to work with my anti. Let's see. We're going to need something else in here because it's all really plain. It's very bottom heavy right now, right? It's very bottom heavy. So what if we do, maybe that works there. And then we also have all these little guys. So maybe I add a few little guys in here or something like that. Okay, my anti. Let me look and see what we might use for anti. Oh, are they in here? No, they're not in here anymore. Now that I have the new room set up, let's see. I'm going to grab some, actually, let's see what we have. We could use one of these. We could use, what about this? The bubblegum alphabet soup, because then it would really stand out, right? And that bubblegum alphabet soup, those puffy stickers from Doodlebug would work up there. So we'll just do anti. These are awesome. Look how many stickers are in that pack. I don't think their packaging tells you how many, but there's a lot. Numbers also. So anti. Lining them up again on the ruler, so it makes it really easy for me to center that. And using this font, totally different font, totally different color, will really make that anti part stand out, right? Because you'll really see it. It's almost like it was in red. It's almost like it's anti. So let's see, anti, probably go about right there. We look like we're pretty centered. Let's see what that does. I might have to lift them up a little bit. Nope, there we go. Anti-bucket list, anti-bucket list, okay. Don't love, where's don't love? Do what you don't love. Is there one that says do what you don't love, Cindy? Did I miss that? I don't know. If there was one of those, that would have been perfect, huh? Okay, so Paula said, and I totally could do this, Paula. Paula said use rainbow letters for anti so that matched character, right? So I could do that, but I won't. We'll just leave it that way and keep moving. But that's a great suggestion for sure. That is a great suggestion because then it would totally match character. All right. Let's see. Let me get these put back in behind me. All right. So now Let's do, let me look at my list, things that are on my list. There's too many to, I'm gonna end up with a run-on list again, so that works. Let's do, I'm thinking of, I know what I want to do, but it will just take a little bit of time. We're just going to do it anyway. Okay, so I need some different color ink. So this is kind of along the lines, Paula, that you suggested. And I love it when you guys make suggestions. I love, love, love it when you guys make suggestions. Kind of along those lines, what I'm going to do is I will take all of my, I'm going to do a bullet. So we're going to Original Bullets and More, the OG set. And it's not really called the OG set, so don't go to the website looking for the OG set. You won't find it. It's just called Bullets and More. It is the original one. I hear that. Nick is calling. He's probably, well, he knows. Now he knows I'm still on. He's probably thinking I wouldn't still be on. Okay, so I'm taking that and I'm going to grab some colors here very quickly of inks. And so if I did a pink, picked raspberry would work. That blue-ish color, I want to say that's kind of purple. Picked raspberry. Let's look. This is also another reason why having your things swatched makes it so much easier. Can you imagine if I was trying to go through all my 80 plus inks or whatever I have right now, trying to find the colors? Oh, prize ribbon. So we need picked raspberry and prize ribbon. We'll start out with those two. Picked raspberry, prize ribbon, that teal color. Let's look at, do I have it more in the blue? It's probably Salvaged Patina's gonna be the closest. So let's do Salvaged Patina and the orange. I'm going to say orange is, orange is carved pumpkin. I think that's probably pretty close, maybe. Carved pumpkin. Yep. And then light pink and green, and then we'll stop there. How about that? That light pink is probably spun sugar. Yep. And the green, I'm going to say is mowed lawn. That's probably pretty close. All right, so this is what we're doing. I'm going to have this be very handy right next to me because I'm not going to clean in between. I am just going to like get off the excess stamp in between like that. So we're starting with, I'll put these in order right here so it'll make it way easy. There's no question as to what comes next. All right, there we go. So starting with picked raspberry. The things on my list and my pen, getting a tattoo. I don't know if I spelled that right. Getting a tattoo. Nothing against tattoos. If you have a tattoo, that is awesome. Both of our kids, Jack and Sam, both have multiple tattoos. It's just not my thing. So I'm not saying never say never. I'm just saying I probably will not have a tattoo. Not on my list of things today that I have any interest in doing. Skydiving. Actually, this may end up being, I am super afraid of heights, so skydiving will not on my list. Another one is, am I gonna run out of room if I do it this way? I need to keep going crossways. Skydiving, and then we have closely related bungee jumping. No way, no how. Bungee jumping. I have zero interest in ever going bungee jumping. One of the things that scares me the most about bungee jumping is the thought of when you eventually like snap. I have horrible lower back issues from doing years of CrossFit and lifting way too much, doing dead weights when I had no clue what I was doing. Why did I take that off? Dead weights, deadlifts, lifting too much weight, improper form, doing deadlifts when I first started. See what just happened there, friends? Look what I did. I have a little design on my list. So let's see how we could work with that. Do we think we can work with that? I wonder if we could work with that. Like, how could I have that happen again? I don't think I could have that happen again if I tried. Could I? Let's just try. Oh, I did it. Yeah, so sand eraser. Paula said sand eraser. Paula, I think there's way too much on there. I don't think the sand eraser. I think it's too much. So look it. We just embrace it. We're embracing it. Look it. We're making our own background. Wow. Well, we're right. Let's see. That's so funny. Okay, we need a little bit more here. Wow. Okay, well, guess what? That's what we have to do, right? We got to work with it. There's no reason to be sad when we're crafting and something like that happens, right? We just have to figure out how to make it work. So we just drop. That's the extent of the mixed media I do, friends. All right, so let's grab, I need to now clean up this mess. No use crying over spilt milk, what am I saying? No use crying over spilt milk. No use crying over an ink pad that drops on your project, because it is what it is. I'm not gonna start over, right? Just work with it. So there we go. Anti-bucket list. Guess what? Vicky would hate me for this, but she knows already. She knows. I'm adding something new to my anti-bucket list right now. That will be a little inside joke just for us, friends, right? This is going to be an inside joke because no one else will know what just happened there. Mixed media. Mixed media is on my anti-bucket list now. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Okay. That's funny. I don't usually laugh to myself. I don't tell jokes to myself, friends. I only do that when you're here, but that would be funny. All right, here we go. Continue. Please continue. Please continue. All right, after mixed media, that was an addition to our list. Bungee jumping. We already did that. Scuba diving. Scuba diving is also on my anti-bucket list. Scuba diving because, a number of reasons. I can't do it. I have migraines, and so I've been told not to. My doctor said, don't scuba dive. So no problem, because I can barely snorkel. Snorkeling has nothing to do with migraines, but snorkeling freaks me out, like breathing underwater. So I have a feeling that scuba diving would really freak me out. So I have an excuse. I have migraines. My doctor said I can't scuba dive. What else? Oh yeah. Another anti-bucket list is backpack across Europe. I love to travel. I've traveled all over Europe. It's the backpacking part that I have zero interest in doing. I'm too old. I like a nice warm bed with sheets and a mattress and a bathroom. Well, not to say that I guess here's the deal. I guess you could backpack across Europe and still stay in hotels and stuff, but no. I have zero interest in doing it the backpack way, so I will not be doing that. All right, picked raspberry. Picked raspberry. Next up is another one. Sail around the world. I have zero interest. I can tell you, I will never sail around the world. Now, Sailed being the operative word there. I could maybe cruise around the world, but I can't sail. I horribly motion sick, horribly. So sailing around the world would not work. Now, my friend Sandy and her husband retired, and they are doing that. They're sailing around the world, and it like in the most amazing time. She's awesome about posting all the time on Instagram, so you can kind of keep up and follow what they're doing. But very cool, but not on my list. Oh, here's another one. Oh, there's Nick. He's home now. Travel to India.
You're still going?
I'm still
They've
going.
had enough.
No, honey, if they've had enough, then they are not here anymore. If they've had enough, they're not here anymore. You're funny. Did you guys hear him? Let them go. They've had enough. Lisa loves to scuba dive. I love that. Jackie has no interest in going to New Orleans. I'm kind of there with you, Jackie. I would really like to go. I'd really like to see it, but then the whole part of don't want to really be part of that. Pat said our lists are very much the same. Also added hot air balloon. Oh, very good. Wait, Jackie, what did I miss about Jackie? I don't know. But I just did see this. Deborah said, my husband and older daughter travel around the world bungee jumping. That is craziness, Deborah. Oh my goodness. But you know what? I really like that that they do that together. That's so cool, right? They do that together. They probably totally bonded over that. Beverly said she's never going to Mississippi. Annette, loving every minute with you and all. Thank you, Annette. Let's see. Tabitha said, I loved to kayak, and last year we went in the ocean. I got motion sickness and cried for Adeline to get us back to shore. She was 10, bless her heart. Oh, what a sweetie. And I know that's the bless your heart in a good way, right? Not the Southern bless your heart way. Travel to India. So I love to travel all over the world. I've been traveling since I was a little kid. We lived in Japan for 3 years. So literally I've traveled since I was a wee little thing. India, I have zero desire. I have zero desire. I'm a little bit of a bleeding heart, and I have a feeling that there are things that I would see in India that would make me very sad. Nick has been to India on business, and he has confirmed. He knows me. He has confirmed, yep, you don't want to do that. Me, he knows me and saying that I don't want to do that. He knows it would not, yeah. Another one would be to try exotic foods. Very much no. Oh, where did I just lost him. Where'd he go? Try exotic foods. I have zero interest in trying exotic foods. I like food. I am not like food averse, where I'm not like, oh, I can't do that or that or that. Oh, there it is on my hand. It's time to wipe it off now, because that's what's happening. It's drying on the back. Not drying on the back, but it's got a little bit of dust, lint on the back. So we were talking about this earlier. If you weren't with us before, we were talking about this. When any of your stamps stop sticking to your stamping block or your stylus or whatever it is, you turn them over and clean them. Okay, clean them off, because there's dust or lint that is preventing them from sticking. So that's what happened. That's why I lost it and then found it and then it fell off. Okay, exotic foods. Yeah, no. No, I don't need to eat weird things. Food issues, right? I mean, I guess a little bit have food issues, but yeah, no exotic foods. I'm good. Thank you. So this morning, Nick and I, as we do, we were talking about this anti-bucket list, and he's like, what's on your list? And I was talking, and he said, oh, I know, spelunking. And I'm like, what? And he goes, do you know what spelunking is? Yes, I know. It's like cave exploring. And he goes, you would never want to go spelunking. And I said, well, yeah, you're right. So spelunking. I have zero desire to go exploring dark caves, okay? No spelunking for me. Again, nothing wrong with any of these things. If any of these things are things that you very much enjoy, you do you, I will do me. I do not have any desire to go spelunking. You can barely see that one. Spelunking. Another one, climbing Mount Everest. Climbing Mount Everest. No desire. I'm good, thanks. You can do it, not for me. not for me. Okay, next up, after climbing Mount Everest, would be have a snake as a pet. Have a snake, not as, have a snake for a pet. Or a lizard. I mean, people probably don't have lizards as pets, right? I don't know. Actually, you do. I do not want to have a snake or a lizard or a Gila monster or any of those things. No, thank you. I'm good. Thanks. You can have them. Not me. All right. So now I need to scroll back up because guess what, friends? I'm out of things on my list. So what else do I not want to do? I know there was something that we talked about. I just don't remember what it was. Tabitha, I scrolled back up in the chat. She said, you're going to look back later on this and ask myself, what in the world happened, right? I'll be like, what the heck happened there? I might have to work with that a little bit more. It's kind of funny though. I will take a picture and go, Vicki, look what I did. All right. What else, guys? Or am I going to have to like stop? I probably have to stop this one and come back to it because I got to think of some more things. Lisa said, what, you don't want to come visit our huge mosquitoes in Mississippi? That's funny. Travel to China, don't know what you are eating. Actually, I'll take a little bit of a twist on that. It's travel to Asia. And that one, I was there as a kid and have no desire to go back. And well, we lived there. So I say when I was there, we lived there. We lived there for 3 years because my dad was in the Navy and was stationed there. So, I mean, nothing wrong with it at all. There's many other places that I would like to see in this world. And so that's just not on my list. I keep taking that off. Kathy, no longer would ride a roller coaster. Oh, I know another one. Okay, here's another one. This one is I should have put, yeah, it's okay. We're back to blue. The teacups at Disneyland. No more. No more riding the teacups at Disneyland. Definitely no more. Those make me sick. Sick. All right, there's my list, anti-bucket list. So the last thing I need to do, I need to just date it. So I am just going to write a little date right here. And I'll just put 8.23. Okay, it doesn't need to be any fancier than that. All right, so now let's put this little guy away. And we are going to move to our last list of the day, okay? Our last list. And I had to get this in there because we're almost to September now. Our last list is is in the news. Okay? In the news. So let me get these things put away and then I'll just move these off to the side. I'll put these guys all away later. We'll talk about what in the news is. It's another one of those lists that we do every month, once a month. So once the month is over, generally we do in the news. And we need to do it now because for July because it's almost September. Oh, really quickly. Let's put this guy back in. So this guy will go right here. Hang tight. Let me just get some of these things put away, friends. Just so they're out of our way. Get them out of the way, okay. And then we need to adhere that. Let me get these guys put right in here and then we will move on. So bear with me 1 minute. We're almost there. And okay. So now we need need to adhere this. And again, I'm going back to my, oopsie, my double-sided tape because I need that to really stick along that edge because it has to go over that little curve there. Can't believe I dropped the ink pad on there. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Yep, when that goes in the next idea book, because there will be another one. I'll do one every year now. So in early-ish, well, it'll probably be end of January. End of January, I will have the one for 2023. There'll have to be a little blurb on this list about what happened. How I accidentally did mixed media. Accidentally. All right. So we're just revealing a little bit of the sticky. I'm going to rotate this because I'm right-handed. Rotate this. It makes it much easier for me to do. It's only a little sticky because most of the protective little backing is still on there. That gives me a lot of wiggle room. It lets me get everything straight, make sure it's in a good spot before it sticks. If I had not done that, there is no way I would have been able to do that. It would have been basically just been, it's down and it better be in the right place. And if it's crooked, oh well, I meant to do that, like I meant to do that. All right, there we go. Okay, so our last list is in the news. In the news is a list that we do. Oh, hang on. In the list is a news that we do. I have no desire to go to a haunted house. Oh my goodness, Sarah. Yes, and Scrappy Miss. Haunted house. No. No desire to go in a haunted house anymore. I don't like haunted houses at all. They freak me out. Okay, so in the news, this one I still need to finish. Let me find the one that is done. Oh yeah, there's one in the news. And then there is another in the news. That was May. That is June. So in the news, when I originally started doing the About Last Month list, so About Last Month, I'm now 3 years in of doing that list every month. When I was originally doing them, my About Last Month list was a combination of things that happened in my world, but also things that happened in like the world, news events and things like that. And I found it was just too much to put here. So I don't know, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, one of the very first-ish stamp sets that I did was one called In the News. So that you'd have a stamp set to document what happened in the news. And that's what In the News is. In the news. So it's 5x7 stamp set. It has that big old typewriter on the bottom. And then you have typewriter keys for numbers. And then you have some titles. In the news, breaking news, this week, month, year, currently, today, and then some icons. So latest update on Reggie the cat. Amazon brought some things and Nick opened them in the hallway and there was a big box in the hallway and now Reggie is in the box. Cats like boxes. Cats like boxes. Lisa said she likes June in the news. That was a fun one, Lisa. That was totally different in the news than I normally do, right? It was totally different. So I totally changed it up. I did 3 large photos, even though a lot more happened in the news that month. I did 3 large photos. I used the little newspaper stamp, and then that was an alpha stamp set from Carrie Bradford. So just felt like I wanted to change it up a bit. All right, so 2-page list. So I would need to skip this page. That means I'll need to come back and do something else there. 2-page list. I am going to make a change to what I normally do. Normally, I do the list on this side and the photo on this side. But I do the list in some cases directly on the page and in some cases not. So in this one, where are we? That one, I did the list directly on the page. Oh, and I even did it over there. But on this one, I did not do it directly on the page. I did pattern paper and then did my list. So I think what we'll do still, I think I'll still do the photo on that side and then I'll do whatever I'm going to do over here. So the photo, throughout the month, I keep a list on my phone of things that happen in the news. And just if I'm watching the news or reading the news or hearing something about the news of something that happened, I just jot it down in a note on my phone. So it's always there and I can just add to it, add to it, add to it. The end of the month, or when I'm ready to sit down and do the list, I go and pull those things off my phone. Here they are right here. I wrote them down. Pull them off my phone and then look at those things and figure out what photos I might want to grab for those things on the list. So I go to Google and I search for photos for certain things. So for example, one of the things that happened in the month of July, Taylor Swift was the first female to have 4 albums on the top, wherever it is, on the top 10, in the top 10 at the same time. So first female to ever have that happen. So there you go. I searched for Taylor Swift, found a picture of Taylor Swift, saved it to the camera roll on my phone and kept going. The Barbie movie launched in July. So I Googled Barbie movie and found a photo that would work, used that one. And we'll talk about some of these other things on my list as we keep going. But I used the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer to print this. This is a 5x7. So that Epson PictureMate PM400 printer I use for probably 95% of the photos in my traveler's notebooks. Actually, probably 99%. I use it for pretty much everything. It's an awesome little printer. It prints 5x7, 4x6, and 3.5x5. 3x5, 3.5x5. And it's about yay big, so maybe 9 inches by maybe 6 inches by maybe 3 inches tall. I travel with it sometimes. If I'm going to like a scrapbook retreat where I'll have time to work, then I will take it with me, and I always would carry it in my carry-on. Like my carry-on that I have a handle with, not that I lay down and put in a suitcase or something like that. So it is portable-ish. It's not something like when we went on our 18-day trip to Europe, I didn't take it with me, way too bulky. But the prints are great. I use the Epson Creative Print app. So there's an app in the App Store if you're Apple, and in the Google Store, or I don't know, whatever the Android store is. It's called the Epson Creative Print app. What's really cool about the Epson Creative Print app is it has pre-configured templates like that. So that is a pre-configured template. I open up the app and I go, oh, I like that. I want to have space for some bigger photos than all those little ones. So I pick that app. I access my camera roll through the app and I just decide what photos I want to go where, and then I print it out. So that's what that is. Super easy. I didn't have to know Photoshop. I didn't have to know anything. All I did was open up the app, pick the template, and bring in the photos. So that's what that is. I have linked the Epson PictureMate PM400 in the description box of the video. It's just linked to Amazon. All right, so this I need to trim a tad. And you might say, but Lael, why? Because if this is a 5x7, and you said the insert that you're using is standard wide, which is 8 1/4 by 5, 5 and 5 should be okay together, right? And I'd say, well, yes, however, you lose a little bit with the staple in the center. So sometimes have to just narrow that down a little bit. Now, I'm still going to do it. It's okay. I'm going to narrow that down just a little bit more because it's going to have to go around that little curve. So let's do just a little bit more over here. Oh, I did a lot, didn't I? Okay. Now, again, I need to use that double-sided tape because I need it to really stick along that edge. So now that Nick is home, he closed the doors to my studio here. And I just noticed I have still some remnants of orange, remnants of orange ink there. So he closed the doors and I have glass doors with like metal frame, dark metal frame. So I can see through them and I can see Reggie lying on the floor, all sprawled out, and he's looking at me through the window with his big old eyes. Like, this isn't fair. How do I get in there? How come you're in there and I'm out here? Oh, it's hilarious. Oh, and the other thing, he's like a dog. So right now, oh my goodness, if you guys could see him today, it's just the funniest thing. He's rolled over on his back, and then he like has his paws, all of his paws in the air. He really likes it when you rub his tummy. Now, if you know cats, most cats really do not like that. And so he's sprawled out now. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, animals, I tell you. It's been, let's see. Poe, our last cat, died in 2020, early 2021. So it's been like 2.5 years since we've had a pet at home. And you just realize how much joy that they can bring to your life. Yeah. You just realize, you forget, right? We forget how much joy they can bring to our lives. All right. So here we go. I only revealed, or I only like pulled up part of that tape like I've been doing all along today, because then that photo, or no, then it makes it easy for me to place it exactly where I want it. It's not all sticky. It gives me some wiggle room. All right, so there we go. There's my photo, or my photos for In the News. All right, so over here, what I might, okay, I'm going to take the typewriter, and the whole idea behind the typewriter would be that you can either add a piece of paper that comes out of the typewriter and put your list on that, or you could, I need a stamping block, or you could draw a line, a box around the typewriter so then it would look like paper. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'll keep it simple and just draw a box. But where did that go? Oh, there it is. All right, need a big block. Oh, by the way, in a pinch, if you don't have a large stamping block, your pencil board will work for that. I designed it that way because that's why it has the grid marks on it. So you can line up your large stamp. So I could do that, okay? But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use my regular stamping block here. All right, so I need to be thinking about how I place that on the block, because I want to do that, right? Am I going to be able to? I'm not going to use that. So here's the deal right here. What's happening is, with this stamping block, I can't get close enough running up against this. Now, if I move, let's see if I can move this as far over. Oh yeah, maybe that'll work. Move that over as far as I can. Does that work? Oh yes, there we go. Okay, let's go ahead and ink that up. Now what I may do, I'll stamp it in black and then I will do something after that. So let's get out our little tester notebook here. Get this guy all inked up. Now, when I have it so close to those little bumpers, I want to make sure that I don't get the ink on the bumper. If I get the ink on the bumper, it will stamp on the page, and I don't want to do that. Okay, let's see how that works. Typewriter stamp, it's a fun one, isn't it, Beverly? It is a fun one. Oh, can't do that. That's not a stamp. That is, that was washi. Okay, I didn't quite get it all inked up, so I'll make sure that I pay attention to, it's really over here. It was that little turner thingy on the it's not a carriage return, whatever that little thing is. That little wheel that you turn to advance the paper. I guess it's a manual carriage return. No, it's not a carriage return. Carriage return is a little bar on the other side. That's a manual advancer of the paper. Okay, are we good? All nice and inked up. I think we're good. So now I'm going to come over here quickly before my ink starts to dry up. Put this underneath. Even though I'm flat, my pages are getting just a little skimwampus here at the end. Pick this guy up and we'll come in right about here. Oopsie. That's going to be interesting to see if this worked because I got, let's see, I got a little bit too close over here on the right edge. See how this is partly on the right edge? So that may have totally interfered with that stamp. Let's see what happens here. Yep, that's what I thought. So what happened there, let me show you. Oh, I did something really weird over here too. So what happened, I moved over too far. I think what happened was I placed the stamp and then it hit this. So it moved a little bit over here. That's why I have that little weirdness going on over here. But because this part of the stamping block was on that part of the page, that's why it's super faint over there. But guess what? I'm not going to cry. That's a really easy fix. That is like the easiest stamping fix of all time to fix. So all I'm going to do is take a piece of white cardstock. And now it doesn't really matter where this is. And I will stamp on my white cardstock like that. Make sure I get nice even pressure all the way around. There we go. Much better. Much, much better. So now I'll just fussy cut that and then place it right over the top of the insert, my stamp on the insert. That is the easiest way to fix a stamp mistake, is to then just stamp it again on something else and adhere it right over. And then no one will ever be the wiser. Or if I decided I didn't want to do that, I could take like this whole piece and just put that whole piece on the page. But we'll just do this really quick. I'm leaving a little bit of white border all the way around the outside. Just that's how I fussy cut anyway, but I need it to be just a little tad bit wider because I'm a little bit tad bit wider right there when it bobbled, when it hit that side. Okay. Someone, I'd have to go downstairs and look because I still have the card. I keep all the cards, everything that you guys ever send me, I keep it all. Someone sent me a card. She made me a birthday card, I think last year, that she used this typewriter stamp, and then she, like on her computer, actually typed happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday on the paper, and then cut it out and had it like coming out of the typewriter on the card. It was super cute. All right, so there we go. That's just going to adhere right over there, and literally no one will be the wiser. Oopsie. Okay, all good. Now I'm going to come in with my Sharpie again and draw what would be kind of the paper. Let's use a ruler. Oh, actually, I also would like to do this. My little outline in here. So what's gonna happen when we're together again, which will be middle of September, I think September 16th, I think. Don't quote me on that though, I just think that's what it is. I will start a new insert. I will probably do one more list in here, one or two, but I know I don't have enough pages for 3. So we'll start a new insert. And actually, we'll end this insert because that's what the beginning and end stamp set is for. Starting a new insert and ending an existing insert. Okay, so it's gonna be kind of wide. We're just gonna make it a little bit wider than it normally would be. And usually I would do that with a ruler. I mean, not ruler, a pencil. Ruler, I am using a ruler, Lael. With a pencil, because I could erase it if I needed to, if I didn't quite get it where I wanted it to be, if it was too wide or something. But that works, right? That works. And we'll go right here. All right, there is our little thing. So what I'm going to do is I am going to grab watercolor pencils, and I am not going to use water with them. These are like, I use them as colored pencils. So I'm going to take the picked raspberry. Kind of been using this color a lot today. There's a lot of this pinkish in there, right? So I'm just going to do this. Add a little bit of color. This is going to be a super simple list. Well, I shouldn't say simple, let's just say plain. Add a little bit of color to that paper. And then I will come in and color in the typewriter just a little bit. But I don't want to do the center part or the keys because that's, make sure I know where this ends before I. Just coloring away here. Just coloring away. We can go in here. I just won't hit the keys. Probably, in hindsight, I would have colored this before I adhered it, just because I'm getting a little bit of shading where the adhesive is underneath. I mean, it's fine, right? It's totally fine, but I'm just doing that a little bit. Now, if I wanted to get, whoopsie, don't change the direction, Lael. I've been going horizontal, so if I start to go vertical in the coloring, it's going to look a little odd. All right, that's fast. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Now I can, if I stamp my title, if I want to use in the news, then I could also use picked raspberry, because that is also in an ink, right? So let me get, I think we just used it. We did. Here it is. Picked raspberry. Whew, it's toasty. So this is a prime example, I think, of the difference between swatching and seeing what it looks like on paper versus the lid. So look at that. Those look like two totally different colors to me, right? They can only get so close on a printed surface difference. So if I am trying to judge the color that I want to use based on this sticker that's on the little ink pad, then it may be off. In this case, I think it's really off. So just easier to swatch. Easier to swatch, however you swatch. If you use my swatch this swatch this inks, sorry, there is also a swatch this washi. If you use swatch this inks, or if you use anything, you just use some kind of stamp to swatch your inks, because you have a much, I think, a better time of accurately finding the color that you're looking for if you have more than one color, one shade of a color, I guess. And if you only have one shade, well, then that's okay. Then you do what you have. Or you don't need to do it, right? Because you only have one. So you're like, well, I have one, so that's the one I'll use. Let me put this just a little bit lower so I can see it. Okay, in the news, we'll do the pink, the picked raspberry. Creative Cindy says, I don't swatch inks. That's all right. You don't have to, right? Creative Cindy, this is the in the news. Well, in the news. Yeah, you probably now see that I'm doing in the news. It's in the news. Good paper. What are we talking about? Good paper. I don't know. All right. There we go. In the news, I rocked it a little bit. So you see how that eye is kind of skiwampus? It's because I rocked it. I went like this and rocked it a little bit. All right. Creative Cindy just asked a question. If you guys watching live and want to pop in the chat, she asked if anyone else swatches their inks. I will tell you, I know that some people do, Cindy, because that's one of my most popular stamps. But now in the chat, you guys can pop in, and you can answer Cindy too. All right, put that in there again, and in the news, let's go right about here. Deborah does, Peggy does, Tracy does. Crooked, that's all right. So as I'm stamping, and I'm done stamping, I think, I want to just talk to you guys about a few things that I've just learned along the way. When you stamp, I think it is better to stamp standing up than sitting down. When you're standing, your range of motion for your arms is much greater than when you're sitting, and you have leverage from above. So you can apply that leverage from above and get a nice kind of consistent stamped impression. So I always say you should stand when you, I always suggest, I do, stand when you stamp. The other thing is have it, when I'm working so you guys can see it, it's a little bit away from me. I like to have it right under me. When it's right under me, then I can really tell that it's straight. But when it's away from me, it's a little bit hard to see that. So stand when you're stamping and have it be a little bit closer to you, if that's possible. Paige said I don't swatch inks, but I only have like 8. So you know, if you're using blue, Paige, you're like, well, it's the blue I have, so it's the blue that's gonna work. All right, so the things that I am going to sorry, thinking out loud. I mean, not thinking out loud. I'm thinking inside my head, not out loud. And at this point now, my brain is totally like straying. My brain is straying. I have straying brain. I am going to, let's grab another bullet stamp. Bullet stamp, when people say, oh, I'm just starting to list or I'm just starting stamping, what do you recommend? And I say the bullet stamp is, well, clearly you've seen me use bullet stamps, I think, on every list I've done today. One that I think is very useful. I think here we're going to use this little book. So it's an open book and it kind of looks like a little newspaper to me. So we'll use the open book and I'm lining it up. Remember, I put a little sticker on mine. It doesn't come that way, but I put a little sticker on my stylus. So I always know if I position the stamp in one place, I know that it's going to be straight when I stamp. I feel like I'm talking and I'm probably missing half the words. So hopefully I'm making sense, you guys. I think the 4:30 a.m. wide awake is affecting my brain now. There we go. So that kind of looks like a little newspaper-ish. That'll work. Okay, things on my list. Creative Cindy said, well, that got people talking. Right, look it. I love it. Let's see. Paula does not swatch. Ms. L swatches her inks, pens, colored pencils, etc. It is a must in my opinion. Lisa said, I need to swatch. I have all the stamps and paper to do it. Just need to do it. Sarah said, absolutely, but don't use Lael. Said, I did that before it came out. She uses my washi, Swatch This washi set though. There's Swatch This ink, Swatch This washi, Swatch This pens and pencils, and there's even a Swatch This mini inks. Cherie said, yes, I was too excited when Lael came out with her stamp to swatch. Pat swatches her oxides. Nancy does not. She only has a few inks, but that's just her. Peggy has her bigger ink pads done. Now she's working with the mini stamper and the mini ink pads. So the Swatch This mini ink stamp set. Creative Cindy, yes, thank you. Totally to get people talking. Let's see. Shelly's, see you later, Shelly. And Gerda says, I swatch my inks. It's easier to find the matching color. All right. So here we go. Things on my in the news list this month. I'm going to just pop down one. Okay. In the news. And these are in no particular order. Before I start, there's one thing I want to mention. In the news can be a very controversial topic, right? It can be very, very controversial. So when I am talking, when I'm live and I am doing my in the news and I'm telling you what's on my list, I will refrain from any kind of opinion. So maybe I really don't like Taylor Swift, and maybe the fact that she has the only woman, the first woman to have 4 albums in the top 10 at the same time, maybe that's very controversial, and I really don't like that. I'm going to refrain, I'm making a joke here, I'm going to refrain from saying anything about that. Well, I can say that, I think that's pretty cool. But I will refrain from saying anything political or controversial. It's just, it is what it is. Like the riots in France in July is what it is. I'm not going to, no commentary. And I would also ask that in the chat, if you guys respect that, because I know you probably don't come here for any kind of political commentary or any opinion when it comes to things like that. So that's the first thing. Second thing, I get asked all the time when we do this list, where do I find all the news things? So whether it's I'm watching the news, I'm listening to the news, but I also have subscribed, and they're free, to a number of different daily emails from different news sources. I have put a list of those in the Lael by Mail Facebook group, so the private Facebook group. You can access that list. Just use a little magnifying glass when you're there and search for in the news, and you should see that list. That list is maybe 10 or 12, and it is, I did my best to cover as many angles as I could. So far left, far right, in between, and I don't subscribe to them all. It's not important which ones I subscribe to and which ones I don't. Just know that that list is has a lot of different ones on it. So you can, click on the link and put your email in, and then it will start sending you emails. That is definitely more US centric. Now, some of those will tell you world news, but it's definitely more US centric. So I don't know if there are similar services that, like in France, if there are emails from news outlets that you can have, sent to you. So definitely more US centric in that case. Okay, so things on my list. This one, average global temperatures in July reached the hottest on record. Average global temperatures reached hottest on record. And pretty much all I can say there is, oh my gosh, that's hot. Because it can be a very controversial topic, right? So we'll just say, wow, that is hot. That must have been really hot if it was the highest on record. Because the reasons why can be very controversial. Next up, riots in France after police killed a 17-year-old. So on something like this, it's hard for me to write and talk at the same time because I will end up writing what I'm saying. Something like that. I just Google riots in France in July, and then that was a photo, saved it to my camera roll, and then pulled it into that Epson Creative Print app. So you can pretty much find a photo on Google for anything. All right, next up, and obviously these are not all the news events, and some of them I try to be a little bit lighter, like the Barbie movie opened. Some of them are just heavier because they're going to be heavy. If there are important things that happened in the news that aren't on my list, it's not that I don't think that they're important. They just, whatever. Okay. This one, quite interesting. Meta, which is the Facebook parent company, umbrella company, Meta released Threads to compete with Twitter. Okay, so that was just kind of an interesting thing, I thought. The saga goes on between Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. At one point, they were talking about fighting each other, like really like going into a boxing ring or something, which, okay, whatever. Don't understand that, but yeah, Twitter and Threads. And all I did was Google Twitter Threads, and then that came, one of the images that came up, and there we go. This one rings, I guess, more personal to me. The FDA, which in the US is the Federal Drug Administration, the FDA approves a drug called LEQ EMBI, Lequimbi, to slow progression of Alzheimer's. My dad is early stage Alzheimer's, so that one definitely hit my list when that came out. Now, you know, new drug, and who knows, and they know so little about Alzheimer's. It's just it's one of those diseases that they've not been able to wrap their arms around yet. So the fact that they granted an accelerated approval for that drug is hopefully promising. This one was, again, okay, very interesting. Creative Cindy, yes, the Twitter icon did change. It changed in August. So it changed in August. So it's on my running list for August. Study, 45% of America's tap water is contaminated with PFAs or forever chemicals. I need to talk to Nick about that. And hang on, 45% of America's tap water. America's tap water contaminated. Forever chemicals. The reason I need to talk to Nick about that is that Nick is in the water industry, not like bottled water, not in the manufacturing of water. He actually has been with the company for 30 plus years. They manufacture ductile iron water pipe. So it's the pipe that, like the big, like 8 inches up to like 36-inch water pipe, iron water pipe that they bury in the roads for cities and developments and things like that. But I needed to ask him about that, kind of what his thoughts are on that. What's interesting about that is generally water comes to your house in either like a PVC pipe or an iron pipe. And so I'm wondering if PVC has something to do with forever chemicals, maybe. I don't know. So I got to ask Nick. He will be my source on that. All right. So let's see what else we have. Oh, this was this is a oh look. No, there's water coming out of a tap. This little guy right here, very controversial in my neck of the woods, in Utah, is very specifically where we live. The UDOT, which is the Utah Department of Transportation, UDOT, hang on, approves gondola for Little Cottonwood Canyon. And so that is very near us, and it is like a $500 million project that has some potential environmental impact. and some other things. So very controversial in this area that I won't go into, but that was a big deal that Utah Department of Transportation approved that. Okay, now I have so many other things on my list that are not going to fit here. So I probably better write some of these things. Taylor Swift, what did I say? Top 4. I'll just say Taylor Swift. 4 albums in the top 10. So here's something interesting, guys. So I said I have way more things than I can fit. So what I could do if I felt like I needed more room, you know what I could come in and do? I could do something like this. I could do another list, this size, and just put it right here, or even right here below in the news. And then I've got a 2-page list that has things on it. Okay, so I could do that if I wanted. But I also don't have to have, things on my list don't have to have a photo. And opposite of that, photos don't necessarily have to be on my list. The Barbie movie launched. Fires in Greece. Tony Bennett died. There were a number of Tony Bennett and Sinead O'Connor and Paul Rubin, who was probably most known for Pee Wee Herman, all passed away during July. I'm just going to put this, Fires in Greece. All right, so there is my list. Super, super simple. Oh, I need to say that this is, for the month of August, don't I? Oh no, July, not August, July. Yeah, I almost did the wrong thing. So I will keep it, I'm gonna keep it super simple. I'm just gonna stamp one thing. You're like, Lil, stamping is not simple. It is. I want to grab, hang on. Sorry that my back is to you. I'm looking for a stamp set. 2022, about last month. That is what I'm going to use. And I'm just going to grab July. That will be easy, easy, easy. Let's see. Creative Cindy said, what about this for an idea list? Something you want to ask someone. Absolutely, that would totally work. Like, if you want to ask someone, I'd have to think about it. Like, I'm going to ask Nick about PFAs in the drinking water and 45%, right? Oh my gosh, come on. Why am I stuck in there? Hang on. There we go. All right, so I'm going to grab July. That little guy needs to be cleaned off the back. All right, so what if we just do July right here? That will work. It's going to be simple. Or I could do that. I think we'll do that right there. And then we will say our goodbyes. Debbie said, I'm about to order that stamp. Took a little break to start my shopping list. I love it. So while I am cleaning the back, I need to clean the back so it needs to stick, right? As Debbie mentioned shopping, if you were not aware, there is a newer function on my website. There's a wish list capability now. So you can start a wish list. Now, doesn't mean that things on your wish list will still be in stock when you go to buy them, because it doesn't reserve them for you. But you can start a wish list, and then you can just go back to your wish list and see it. And then if you want to buy things from there, it's super easy. But one of the really cool parts is you can send the link to your wish list to someone else. So if you have people in your life that are like, Mom or best friend, I never know what to get you for your birthday or Christmas or Mother's Day or National Friends Day or whatever it is. You can say, oh, well, here you go. Here's a link to my wish list. All right, we're just going to do July. I didn't test it either. I better test it. Okay, I tested it. It's good. There we go. July in the news. Super simple. We'll keep it that way. Well, actually, I lied. One other thing I think I will do just to bring a little bit more color into there, I'm going to go back to the picked raspberry watercolor pencils, and I am going to just color in the little books, or the little like newspaper book things here. So just add a little color. Now, at the end of the year, I do a list in the news, but it's in the news for the whole year, where I would pick like the top, just pick one or two things from every month to make that in the news for the whole year list. Just like I do when I do my about last month lists at the end of the year, start of a new year, I do an about last year list that would have some of the highlights from the year. All right, there we go. So interesting, today ended up being a very kind of pink day, didn't it? When we look at in the news, so in the news was very much pink, but the pink was kind of pulled from really those two things, right? In the news had pink, that one was totally pink, my mixed media mess there. And then a little bit of pink even here, right? So it was a day all about pink. So you guys, there we go. Those are our 4 lists. Oh my gosh, it's almost 3 o'clock. So Karen, when you asked if it was an all-dayer, pretty much about 5 hours, right? You can tell who was procrastinating, because I need to start designing. I need to move right from this. As soon as I'm done in here, I will go and eat something very quickly. I'll turn the camera here in 1 sec. I'll eat something very quickly. I will clean up the mess, and then I will start a new mess, working on designing the where am I? My spooky Halloween. There's spooky some kind of Halloween. Oh, there's the mailman picking up some of your orders to go out. Okay, friends, I just rotated the camera. Hi, Melinda. Nice to see you. Pamela said, thanks for keeping me company while recovering. It was fun today. Heal well, Pamela. Your hip, right? I know we were talking. I know we were emailing. I think that was you though, right? Your hip replacement? I think. I remember stories. Sometimes I misassociate people with stories. What are my favorite scissors for fussy cutting? Creative Cindy. If you go to my website, there's a link, and it says like basics, my most used basics or something like that. I'm not remembering what it is offhand, but it's these guys. Now they are not in the pink color anymore. They are in a blue color, but they are these little scissors, okay? These little scissors, you don't hold them like that, but they're spring-loaded. So back there, they are spring-loaded. The nice thing about spring-loading is you have a very, very, very tight little motion here, I guess. So it makes it very easy to fussy cut. But you don't hold them like this. You hold them in your hand like this. See how that's kind of laying right in there? You hold them in your hand like that. And the control, and because you have such a short blade, that also, that short range of motion makes it really easy to kind of get into all your little fussy cutting areas. That's my favorite for fussy cutting. Let's see. Okay, good. I'm glad, Pamela. There are probably 5 or 6 Pams that order from me, so that sometimes I communicate with. So I'm glad that was you. Then I would have felt bad if it wasn't. But then it would have been good, because you would not have been recovering from hip surgery. Yeah. Okay, let me see, guys. Pam Solm, see, there's another Pam, said, thank you so much. What a great morning. Enjoyed it thoroughly. Have the best day, everyone. Thank you, Pam. You as well. Tabitha, please say hi to Adeline for me. Nancy said, I'm looking forward to watching the replay. 5 hours of Lael and Friends listing. Thanks so much, though. You guys know, thank you. Because like I said earlier, when sometimes you have to be creative because it's your business and you have to be creative. And I have to be creative today because I have a whole class that I need to design today and tomorrow. It's not fun. I'm not saying it's not fun, but when you have to, it's like forced creativity. So today was wonderful for me because it lets me play and be creative without having to do it, right? This is all fun. Everything that we do is totally fun. It's all like guilty pleasure for me. So thank you for letting me do it and giving me a place to do it, because if I wasn't here with you guys, I would have been designing what. Now, don't get me wrong. It's going to be Darling Mini Book Project Kit, the spooky one. But it's when you have to do it, it's different than when you're just playing like today. Lisa said she had a great day. Thank you. Creative Cindy, cool. Thank you. Pamela said those fussy cutting scissors are one of her favorite tools. I don't know why I do that with them, because you don't do that with them. Virginia said thank you. It was really fun. Beverly needs an after Lail nap. It's a lot, right? Lail needs an after Lail nap. Deborah, is the travel class coming soon? So Deborah's asking about the travel e-course that I've talked about a couple times, kind of getting your traveler's notebook ready before you go, how to document, kind of set yourself up for documenting ahead of time and then documenting on the road and then pulling it all together when you get home. Deborah, the first two are ready, the first two segments, the getting ready before and then the on the road. The one that's not ready and it's nowhere near even close is the third segment, which is kind of putting it all together when you get back. So what I had talked about last weekend, I think, last week, 2 weekends ago, was I might push out the first two of the three segments and then follow up later with the third. Because it's the third one that is holding it all up right now. And because that was such a big trip that we took, it probably, with my travel and teaching schedule, it probably won't happen until that third part until November now, which is just, it's not ideal, but that's kind of where I'm at. So the last thing I was waiting on before I made that decision, there is a new stamp set that you guys haven't seen yet. It just got finalized yesterday. The designer is putting kind of the last final changes on the set, but it is the set that helps you get your traveler's notebook ready before you go, kind of following the same methodology that I did before we went on our big trip in May. So even though that will not be part of that e-course, and you can do one without the other, you can have the stamp set without the e-course and the e-course without the stamp set, but I thought it made sense to launch the two at the same time. So with all of that said, probably if I separate the first two, which is where I'm leaning, and when that stamp set is ready, we're probably looking at mid-September. So not ideal, and I will 100% own up to it because I originally said July. And when I first started talking about it, it was in April because I'm thinking this would be great. I will do all this stuff and kind of model it after what I did to get ready for a trip and documenting the trip and what I did on the go and then how I was going to do it after. So I thought, we'll go on the trip in May. If I'll give myself into July, that'll be plenty of time. And it just did not materialize. So I will totally own it. But it's the third segment, probably won't be ready until about November. And I'll make sure that's really clear when I put it up in September. But that's kind of where I am. That's kind of where I am. Let's see. Debbie said, not fond of forced creative. I always draw blank. And you know what? Sometimes we do. Forced creativity, sometimes you just got to get up and walk away and then go on a walk or go watch a show or read something or just work on another project. Sometimes that's enough to like reinvigorate the things, right? Jill, I love it, said, thanks for the inspiration. I got my whole mini album done while I listened. Fabulous, fabulous. KMC Stamper, thank you for another great Saturday. Love our listing days. I do too, so much. All right, guys, let's see. Cassie said that's a great idea to push out the first two. That'll get us started if we have an upcoming trip, and I'm so excited to see the stamp set. Yeah, Cassie, I think that's going to make the most sense. Otherwise, the whole thing won't come out until probably November, and then that will not make people happy. So I'm a people pleaser, but I also have to sleep, and I'm not sleeping. So that's just kind of where we are with that, Deborah. Oh, there you go. Deborah said works for me. My trip is in November. Okay, friends. So I'm going to take off. You guys, thank you. Whether you joined me at the beginning and then are watching the rest later, whether you popped in the middle and you're here now, whether you're watching the replay, whenever it is. Oh, that just reminded me. 2 giveaways. Wow. 2 giveaways. Totally forgot giveaways for today. The 2 giveaways are the 2 new stamp sets I used today, you guys. So one is this guy, the Willie Alpha Solid. That is the 6x8 alphabet stamp set that I used on What's in the Fridge. Okay, that is the first giveaway. And the second giveaway is that perpetual calendar. Perpetual calendar, which, where did it go? Well, it's the one I used on that one, right? that calendar, and then the little smaller shapes to go over the month, day, and year. That's the other giveaway. So the way you participate in the giveaway is leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat, leave a comment on the video when it's over. It's an after party giveaway. That way anyone can participate, whether you were here live or had to leave or watching the replay. So leave a comment on the video when it's over. And before we're together again, Saturday morning, that will be, I believe, Saturday the 16th. We are not together on Labor Day because I will be out of town now. That wasn't originally planned, but out of town. And then that first real week, like the 7th and 8th of September, I will be teaching in Minnesota at Firefly Farm. So we'll be together again on September 16th, 2023. You guys confirm with me that that's the right? Is that the right date? I still have my August calendar up here. So all of that to say, leave a comment anytime between now, as soon as it's over, and Saturday morning, that mid-Saturday in September. And that morning I will draw 2 winners before we start, and one will win that Willie Alpha solid stamp set, and the other will win that perpetual calendar, both brand new stamp sets that are on the website shipping now. Okay. All right, friends. We're good. I'm going to go hydrate and go grab something to eat, come back in and clean up and start designing again. Thank you guys for joining me today. I hope you have a great weekend, or if you're watching on a night or whenever you're watching, I hope whatever is ahead of you is great. And I'll be here on What's New Wednesday. So we'll do What's New Wednesday this week. That will be on the 30th. And then probably the week after that. And then I'll see you guys, I think, on the 16th. All right. Thanks for watching, you guys. Bye-bye.